Well, hello friends. I hope that you can see and connect okay. Looks like I'm now doing alright. So, this is a turn up for the books. Welcome to Heathrow and welcome to an iconic aircraft. Today we're going to be taking Concorde across the Atlantic, so I haven't been streaming for a couple of days. The last time we flew with Zibo, there was a crash to desktop, which I think was down to the SAM plugin. More specifically, SAM assets hiding in the custom scenery folder. And I've wanted to fly Concorde for a little bit now, but it was much more likely to crash than Zibo was. So, having removed SAM, everything seems to be fine. I did one trip across the Atlantic and then it crashed on arrival, which was incredibly frustrating, and I managed to successful trip the other day. So I am more than happy with that. This, I think, should be Shuttle 12 Hotel next to us, but it looks like an EasyJet, which is odd. I don't know what we look like to them, but here we are, stand 505 at Heathrow. Not sure where they would stick it in reality. As I say, I've got projectFLY running because none of the virtual airlines that I could join would accept Concorde. So, oh well, sucks to be them. Going to do it anyway. So our call sign today is Speedbird Concorde 05 or 005 or Speedbird Concorde 5, and let's enjoy a trip to Kennedy. Now, I've done 2 landings in this aeroplane, so this could be horrific. One was pretty sketchy last time, but the weather in New York was interesting to say the least, so I think I can manage it, and this is in no way going to be as professional as normal. So here is the aeroplane sat here, and when we hop in you'll see it is very, very different inside. So a little quick look around, you can see that radios etc. are a lot more basic. I'm just going to set the frequencies up, so we are going to need to speak to London. Ground is 121.7, and unfortunately the radio panel doesn't work, which means it's going to be a bit fiddly on VATSIM. Terminal control is 1358. Can we go backwards? No. And the ATIS here on the ground is 12807. So we should hear that when we kick off, and we can always just do semi, and that shouldn't do that, but I don't know what the real ones were like. Let's just do 7.5 so we don't hear ground when we start up. Transponder set, and let's get the aeroplane loaded and powered up. Now, flight planning for this has been an absolute nightmare because it's almost impossible to find anything. SimBrief is so quick, so useful. So we'll have a look at waypoint entry that we've got to do manually in a little bit, and payload wise I think we need 75 packs. We need, just having a look at cargo, payload 6,930. You know what, that will do, that is close enough. Fuel wise we need a little bit more, or do we need a little bit less? 91791. So I'm just going to add this one up, 91. That'll do. Apply that, all the weights change, happy. And we have to use the flight engineer, so trim set to ground systems startup we can do. Now I'm not receiving on COM2, there is the ability to transmit, yes. So radio wise, nope, that don't work. I think I'll turn these up and then get it tuned in a moment, but anyway that is not working. So let's get some panel lighting up, just so we can see. I thought I'd set the transponder there to 2000, we can set that again in a minute. We can pop the nose all the way back up. Actually, yeah, that'll do. So there are a lot of controls. Check all the auto throttles are on. I think that can come on. Actually, no, glare shield can come off. Dash can come on. Roof can come on. Lights, we need the navs on. Belts are obviously going to be off initially. There's a lot of things I forget. Now the IRS is over here. Need a lining. So thankfully we don't have to put the position in, but because it automatically does that. As you can see, the lights are all over the place with this. So turn all of this up so we can see. Got whatever fuel we need, and that's us done. So let's just figure out how we get. Right, that's receive, so I can hear on 1. Now if I turn that back to 7, 0, shall we see if we can hear ground?
Good morning, clear to Edinburgh, Invite 1 Golf to Bar.
Now that's cool, the fact that the actual mute works. Go on, someone transmit.
Shuttle station making tail, standby.
Okay, so the volume doesn't work, that's fine.
India.
That
Time
works.
0820, automatic. Arrival runway 27 right. Departure runway 27 left. Transition level, flight level 75. Surface wind 300. 7 knots. Heathrow information, Juliet.
Okay, that's weird.
Time 0850. Automatic. Arrival runway 27 right. Departure runway 27 left. Transition level, flight level 75. Surface winds 290. 9 knots varying between 270 and 330 degrees. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 2,600 feet. Temperature +11. Dew point +5. QNH 1010. Acknowledge a receipt of information, Juliet, and report aircraft type and current QNH on first contact with you.
Happy. So, nicely, I can mute those. HF is going to be interesting. Oceanic clearance will be interesting if I have to do that. Excuse me. So, there we go. We can set the QNH, which is over here. 10, 10, and it's more like that because it's 3, so you can see that millibars and QNH don't quite work out. So, very, 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 very different beast. So, we've got ground, Gatwick Tower, we've got London Terminal, that's about it. So, what else do I need to do? So, waypoint wise, we're going to have to pop these in ourselves. And whilst the RSs are aligning, we can do that. So, let's go on to here. This is what we end up with, and I've got a list here. So, our flight plan route should be direct to Compton, PUPJO, Merley, LESLU, and then the Sierra Mike tracks, I think. So, I'm going to pop those in. Compton, do we need to put Compton in? Well, I'll tell you what, we can put it in because it is a VOR, so it's nice and easy. So Compton, and we're probably going to be about 10,000, hopefully by then, and the airspeed is probably going to be more like 350. So Compton, happy. Then I don't think that we can we put in, no, let's try that again, no, so PUPJO, no, that comes up as a 0, so that's not going to work. Maybe that should be like, don't like that, don't know what to do. That can be 350 as well. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So let me just confirm. 5131, yes. West 2, that's cool, that works. So actually I don't have to put the lat longs in, but I do have them. So then we're going to go to early, and at early we should be at 280, and can I put Mac in here? No. Okay, let's just call it about, I think Mac 0.95 is about 490. Then we are off to LESLU. At LESLU we should be like 450. Something like 6. Is that 6 not working? Alright, whatever. Ah, because it will be airspeed, won't it? So, yeah, alright, 450, whatever, give or take. Do I have this down here? No, so the flight plan I've got is not as comprehensive. So that gets us to LESLU. Now, if I try 5015 north. Okay, so I'm going to have to do lat longs, which isn't a problem. I can do those. So we've done LESLU, and then we need 5. Oh, right, I've got to put it in this way. Right, so north. We've done LESLU. West 8. Okay, so 5041.0. It's west 015000. That should do. Heading, altitude, distance, time's looking about right. So that will be waypoint 6. Maybe I've got my numbers mixed up. Anyway, 504115. The next one is going to be north 5050. West 020 000. Stick with what we've got there. Next one will be north 5030 0. West 030 000. Next is north 4916.0. West 040 000. Probably going to be a bit higher than that as we cruise climb. Then this will be 4703.0 and west 050 000. 703, so the next is north 46100. West 5030. No. 053 000. So this is north 4414. West 060 000. North 4246.0. West 065 000. This one is north 42000. West 067 000. This is north 044.0. West 069550. This is north 40270. West 3072300. And at one of these points we've got to start slowing down, and it might be this one. So where is our decel? Ah, here we go, subsonic. 4072. Okay, so it's just after this one, so we should start slowing down after this point. So the next one is going to be north 4008.4, west 073464, should be about 360, and at about 450, 400, let's call it 400 for the sake of argument. Insert, and then we should be able to go to Sates. And at Sates, should we be 280, maybe 350? Then airport JFK. And I guess that should be pretty much 0. And airspeed should be about I think it's about 165 on landing, something like that. Sates, is there a distance of 0 there? Sates is 4038. Okay, so that is wrong. 4038.4, right, so how do I step through this? 4038.4, 4037346.4. Or is that actually the right place? So let me just check on Navigraph. So Sates as an intersection of 408. 0, 8, 3. So as a decimal, that's going to give us anyway. So 3, 4, 6. So is that just incorrect? 38.4. So 40 degrees, 8 minutes. Check with one of the other ones. Zero, 84, okay, that is right. 73, 46.4, so that is correct. So it's a little bit different on here. I do hope this plan doesn't go out the window. So if I step back, 40. Ah, no, that's interesting. Why have I got that twice? So that's an interesting bit that doesn't. So that matches that. So we should be going 4027, yeah, 7230, yes. So why have I got this duplicated? Why is it so different in there? So we need to get rid of one of these, and I haven't done that before. 3075 matches. Well, of course that's going to match because it's not going to be any different, is it? 085, okay, we're 10 miles different. why don't we get rid of 17? Okay, maybe that's a little bit worry. Anyway, as long as we've got the oceanic stuff, we should be okay. So I'm going to commit that to the FMC. We have done the payload, we've done the fuel, that's fine. Flight engineer wise, systems normal, tripped for ground, yes. That's it. So, let's have a look. Ground 1217.
Vulkan, good morning, November 839 Bravo Alpha at gate number 332, information Juliet on board, QNH 1010, aircraft 5, Boeing Business Jet 1, request clearance to Budapest at 5.
Over 839 Bravo Alpha, Heathrow ground, good morning, cleared to Budapest, Delta 2 Golf departure, squawk 1166.
Clear to Budapest via Delta 2 Golf departure, squawking 1166 and November Bravo Alpha.
Number 9 Bravo Alpha, correct.
Cool. So, let's have a look at our charts.
So 3 X-ray Mike Hotel, right on Bravo, hold shot Lockheed.
What we can do is, there we go, so the IRSs have aligned because it takes so long to put the route in. So we can pop those on. Yeah, we can turn that up so we can see. Heathrow ground, good morning. Speedbird Concorde 5.
Speedbird Concorde 5, Heathrow ground, good morning.
Speedbird Concorde 5 is obviously Concorde information. Juliet QNH 1010, stand 505, request departure clearance to New York Kennedy.
Super Concorde 005, Heathrow ground, good morning. Cleared to New York Kennedy, Compton 3 Golf departure, squawk 7661.
Cleared to Kennedy, Compton 3 Golf departure, squawk 7661, Speedbird Concorde 5.
Speedbird Concorde 5, correct.
Happy. So, that's normal. Oceanic clearance. Don't think anyone's online. Transponder should go up to 9. 7.
Heathrow ground, good morning. Shuttle 1, 2, hotel, stand follow to 839.
And we can turn that off, which I should have done earlier. What we can do is load these up and have a look. So there's our current position. Get rid of that bit so we can see this. I think we want to know position, waypoint, right, so we want a couple of these. Ooh, 283.5, that's a worry. So 283.5.
So I want to tell, I've got you cleared when you're ready to copy.
Let's just have a look.
Ready to copy, shuttle 1 to hotel. Shuttle 1 to hotel, cleared to Newcastle, inlet 1 Golf departure, squawk 7027.
So, that's fine, it knows where we are. Okay, distance 28272 heading.
So I want to tell that's correct, and after Umlaut, the Tango 418 airway to Welland, and the Tango 420 airway to Akubas, as filed.
283 is a big old worry, because Compton is not that far away.
So I want to tell you, after Umlaut, the Tango 418 airway to Welland, the Tango 420 airway to Akupa, and then as filed.
Now this has been working quite happily. Does he have a current position match?
Shuttle 1, 2, so what's your tail
5128.7.
might go tail contact landing control 135.8, bye.
Yeah, that's fine.
Repeat again, full throttle, free exit mic control. So 3 exit mic control, you are clear to hold short Locky, past Locky, contact landing control 135.8. That's up at the mad contact in London, sir. Thank you very much, short of mic control.
November 839 Bravo Alpha, we are ready for start and push.
Okay, well I think I can just about cope with
Number
this. 283.
Alpha,
Sure, which
push
one has
and
taken us
start
to?
approved, face east.
Facing east, start and push is approved.
Anyway, it's going to be radios to start off with.
Good morning, Speedbird Concorde 1 with you. Information Juliet's on board 1010. We're at stand 5-3, free correction. We're ready for our clearance to Kennedy.
Speedbird Concorde 1, Heathrow ground, good Christian, good morning. Clear to New York Kennedy, Compton 3 Golf departure. Squawk 7632.
Clear to Kennedy, Compton 3 Golf 7632 for Speedbird Concorde 1.
Okay, well he might end up
Concorde 1,
going
correct.
before us. We wanted to push about the same sort of time.
On 536 with Juliet requesting clearance 20.
So for the departure, just loading up the charts.
Speedbird 708, Heathrow ground, good morning. Clear to Zurich. Max at 1 Golf departure, squawk 1150. Clear to Zurich, Max at 1 Golf, and squawk 1150.
So having a look at our departure.
Speedbird 708, correct.
Trying to figure out the flight plan that we've got, and I haven't got, well I have got a PDF of it, but I've printed it so I can't stick it up on screen for you guys to see. Like I said, I used a tool that I'm not quite sure 100% worked. So our rotate theta looks like it should be 13.6. So that looks about right. Our noise abatement is an N2 of 95.2, and I think the noise abatement is 250.
Thank you very much. And can you please request push clearance requesting pushback clearance, sorry, stand 502.
This is very, very, very basic. Quite a lot to fiddle about with.
Push and start approved base east.
So departure-wise, Compton is what we need. So it's 1136, 256 outbound.
Hello, good day. This is Lufthansa 1362. We are type A320 on gate 225 with information Juliet. Requesting IR for close to Frankfurt.
Lufthansa 1362, Heathrow ground, good morning, cleared
We need Woodley. There's the NDB.
Squawk 3445.
So 35.
Lufthansa 1362 is cleared Frankfurt via Deadling
352.
2 Golf departure, squawking 3445.
Lufthansa 1362, read back correct.
So we will be 256, and then it's going to be 269, and then 281 inbound to Compton. But once we switch over, that should be 5. So I'm just going to set that to remind me 269. Runway heading is 270, and we're going to intercept 256 radial outbound from the London VOR. D7 we are going to go 269 direct to Woodley to the NDB, and the NDB will be shown as the VOR. The NDB should be shown here. 352, 352. So one of those should come alive.
Speedbird
Okay,
252, requesting push to start.
27 miles to Compton. So it's picking up the DME, but it's not picking up
542, push start approved base
the radial.
Push start approved phase and south, Speedbird 253.
So are we ready to go? 250. Certainly think so. We've got an issue with the FMCs, which are really difficult to figure out because they're just INS computers. But they have worked, and I have got them sorted out, so I'm not quite sure why they're not playing ball today. But that's something we can probably Do we want to be playing around with it in flight? Probably not. Where is 256? It's probably going to be LESLU, or is it going to be that point there?
So 9151, push answer approved at your discretion, report to Mike 1.
Ah, now something tells me that maybe it only supports lat longs. So, why don't we go back and sort these out?
Left and Alpha, hold short lucky, speedbird 708.
51295, yes. 001 13.2, yes. So, change that.
Speedbird Concorde 1, we're ready for start and push from 533, 1010.
So Concorde 1, standby, speedbird 708, push and brake, speedbird 708, left on Bravo, hold short lucky. Yeah, we're just about to ask left on Bravo, hold short of lucky, speedbird 708. Speedbird Concorde 1, stand 533, push to approved, face south.
Face south, Speedbird 1.
So, maybe that hasn't worked. Okay. That was as best as I could do. If we get any direct twos, we're going to be stuffed. Wind, distance, time, that's just a problem. Really is.
Not
283 miles away.
Right and Alpha, then hold short of them. Shuttle 1 2 hotel.
Is that coming up as automatic?
November 839, Bravo Alpha, we are ready for taxi.
Speedbird 98, November 839, Bravo Alpha, taxi Bravo, hold short Bravo 1.
Interesting, 283,
Taxi
so
Bravo, holding short,
is it going to be that
1
one?
November, Bravo Alpha.
Possibly. Right, EGL, let's try this again.
London Heathrow Ground, good morning, Mollet 552, information Juliet, gate 234, requesting clearance to Budapest.
Mollet 552, Heathrow Ground, good morning. Yeah, I don't have a flight plan for you. Will you follow that for me, please?
I'm sorry, flying right now.
Interesting. Well, I think we're just going to have to suck it and see.
552, flight plan has been filed.
Mollet 552, roger, standby. Break, number 839, Bravo Alpha. Just continue taxi Bravo, right turn Lima, hold short Lima 1.
As you continue Bravo, then to Lima 1.
So, are we seeing any other Concordes? Back in the old days it used to be Terminal 4. Of course nowadays it would be Terminal 5 if it did exist. That could be him departing, although I thought it might come up as an A380. We're already 5 minutes behind schedule, so let's just get a wiggle on, and push on this is interesting, and I think we're going to have to start up as we push.
Mollet 552, cleared to Budapest, Detling 2 Golf departure, squawk 0343.
Anytime today.
Speedbird 708, contact landing control 135, decimal, bye-bye.
1358, Speedbird 708, right.
Speedbird 708, apologies, Heathrow Tower's now online, contact him 118.5.
185, Speedbird 708, right.
Okay, so we will just switch that, that'll be easier.
552 cleared to Budapest via the deck to Cork departure, squawk 0343.
Mollet 552, correct, and can you accept level 370?
370 is okay for us.
Mollet 552, roger, I'm ready to flight plan for you.
So the pushback is interesting, and it may not go according to plan.
Speedbird
We'll see.
253, requesting taxi. Speedbird 253, taxi Charlie left on Bravo, hold short Lockheed. Just hold out Lockheed. Speedbird 9151, approaching Mike 1, we can take whatever intersection helps you out.
So
Ground, Speedbird 89089, stand 20, type 8320. Information Quebec Concorde requesting IFR clearance to Brussels as well.
big old beast to go to Brussels.
Speedbird 253, Charlie left Bravo, hold at
Where
Lucky,
is our
Speedbird 253.
distance required? Takeoff trim we've got.
Speedbird 8989, talking to Heathrow, ground at the minute.
You look at the 1362, fully ready for startup and pushback.
Speedbird 253, correction on taxi, Charlie left Alpha to hold at Logan.
So we've got landing. Takeoff, 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 takeoff.
Speedbird 253, taxi left Alpha, hold at Logan.
Just trying to look for distances, but brakes.
Speedbird 9151 at Mike 1. Speedbird 9151, taxi by Mike Alpha, hold at Mora.
Oh, takeoff required. 3902.
That's down to 1362, stand
That's
2,
the tour available.
3 facing east.
Push and start approved, nose
What
to
does
the
it say?
east, look at the 1360.
Thanks. Shuttle 1 Tower,
Take
Tower 118.5, bye-bye.
Go to our shuttle.
Uber Concorde 05. Stand 505, request push and start.
Speedbird Concorde 5, push and start approved face east.
Push and start, proof face east. Speedbird Concorde 5. So east, east. So we're going to go round to the right. Yes. Cool. So for that, we need to do that. And in reality, I think you'd have to. There's no APU, so you'd have to start the engines before. I think that we can get away with this in pushing first whilst starting. The push may not be spectacularly perfect. I'm not going to touch anything. Should get us somewhere over here. Belts are on. Lights are on. Thing is set to flight. Oh, that might actually work quite nicely. I was lucky. It might not.
9151, contact into a tower now 118.
Not quite sure why it keeps doing that. Anyway, we can go from here. Can we push any further? Tell you what we should have done, of course, is
Number 839 Bravo Alpha, contact into a tower now 118.5, bye.
pop that one.
Tower on 118.5, bye-bye, November 839 Bravo Alpha, thank you.
Now, is that going to keep us going round? Probably not.
Speedbird
Pushbacks.
1 ready to taxi.
Bit sketchy. Okay, that'll have to do. So let's get engine start.
Great, Speedbird 1, we're ready to go. So Concorde 1, taxi via Bravo, hold short echo. Bravo, hold short echo, Speedbird 1.
So I think the engine start is relatively unrealistic. Maybe I should try better pushback with this, it might work a bit better.
Molly 552, standby.
Don't read that back. So you can see we have got almost 4 stable engines. Look at the fuel flow.
Speedbird 253 at Romeo,
0.1
join Alpha,
tons.
hold at load.
How's the old frame rate doing?
Speedbird 253 ground.
ready for taxi.
Lufthansa 1362, taxi by Bravo, hold at Lockheed.
Bravo, hold Lockheed, Lufthansa 1362.
Speedboat Concorde 5, request taxi.
Speedbird Concorde 5, taxi right on Alpha, hold short, disregard. Speedbird Concorde 5, taxi right on Alpha, hold short Logan.
Right on Alpha, hold short Logan, right, that's correction, Speedboat Concorde 5.
Speedbird 253, go ahead.
Right on Alpha,
Yeah,
Logan.
Speedbird 253, radio check. Yeah, that's fine. That's
So that is straight ahead,
no problem.
right, all the way down, left. Happy, so clear taxi, we can pop. We can extend these. So landing taxi, fine.
Air France
Brakes
22,
off.
taxi via Echo, hold short Echo 1. Lufthansa 1362, tower 118.5, bye-bye.
So
Tower
thankfully,
1850, Lufthansa 1362.
is
Thanks, goodbye.
the nose does come round, we are like 16 feet ahead. It's still a bit stuttery.
Speedbird 253, contact tower 118.5, bye-bye. Contact tower 118.5, thanks for the goodbye, Speedbird 253.
So Alpha should be the first
Speedbird
right.
5, when you get a chance, squawk 7661.
Thought we were, sorry, apologies, thought we were squawking at Speedboat Concorde 1. Correction, Speedboat Concorde 5. Jeez.
I've got you down here as 8660 somehow, so that might be a system.
Roger, we will hold Dasso and have a look for you, Speedboat Concorde 5.
Brilliant, thanks.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 299 with you, 787-8 on stand 545. The last one we had was Kilo on board and requesting our flight clearance to Portland as filed.
So
So
Alpha, yes.
299, tower killer, tracking ground good, afternoon, today to Portland, last one Golf, squawk 7622, the QNH 1010.
010 set.
Number 1 Golf, squawk 7622 and 1010, Speedbird 299.
Speedbird 1, straight ahead, Foxtrot, join Alpha, hold up, low.
So
Speedbird 1, Foxtrot, join Alpha to hold up, low.
Foxtrot for Alpha to hold Woman, Speedbird 1.
Ground, good morning, ground, 6 Juliet Charlie, ready to
I'm not
6
squawking
Juliet Charlie,
2000.
morning, reaches 4x5.
Heathrow ground, another 552 push and started.
So it says 8660. That is definitely not what I'm squawking. So that is off. So what? 8660. So let's turn that on. Turn it off. I have to have a look at the key commands to see if there's anything that we can do. Anyway, I've told him that we will go down and hold short Dasso. So there's Yankee. Dasso is just ahead. So the parking brake's a bit of a pain, I might just hold on. Right, this is Dasso. So let's just come to a stop here. Right.
Speedbird 1, contact the town 118.5, bye-bye.
1185, cheers, bye-bye, Speedbird 1.
And Speedbird Concorde 5 should now be squawking 7661.
Brilliant, thank you. Continue to load me.
Proceed Lehman via Alpha Speedbird Concorde 5. So, I guess that's worked. Really weird, I don't get it. But, hey ho, this is still sort of a work in progress. Really good work in progress.
Kilo, 501 clearance for Edinburgh.
Weird. Definitely wasn't me.
Satellite Romeo Heathrow ground,
Oop,
good morning.
hang on a minute.
It's Edinburgh,
Next
1
one,
Golf
yeah,
departure,
so-
squawk 5015.
Hello, Romeo, Edinburgh, Umlaut 1, Golf 5015.
Speedbird question, Satellite Romeo correct?
Ground shot 7 Golf 507, information Lima, clearance to Edinburgh 8319.
Shuttle 7 Golf Heathrow ground, good morning. Clear to Edinburgh, Umlaut 1 Golf departure, squawk 7426, QNH 1011.
Clear to Edinburgh, squawk 74726, Umlaut 1 Golf, shuttle 7 Golf.
Shuttle 7 Golf correct?
So, if you just have a look at the fuel flows,
We request clearance to lead Bradford and
we're,
Fife.
just at idle, we're burning. Well, this is a little bit above idle for taxi, but that is 2.7 tonnes an hour, 2.8 per engine. Which is
Speedbird 23
mental.
Heathrow ground, good morning. Cleared to Leeds Bradford, Umlaut 1 Golf departure, squawk 0470, QNH 1011.
0470, is that correct?
So taxi
Squawk
of 1,000
correct, squawk 0470.
is 15-minute taxi. No, 10-minute taxi. Yeah, that's not enough, is it? We might be a little bit short.
Speedbird 23, ready to push and start.
Speedbird 23 will require a full beat back for departure clearance.
Oh, I haven't given my departure clearance yet. Is that correct, Speedbird 23?
Speedbird 23 confirms Umlaut 1 Golf departure.
1 Golf departure, Umlaut 1 Golf departure.
Speedbird 23 correct, push and start approved face south.
So if we can get the taxi speed at just a little bit higher, should be able to keep it rolling at idle.
Speedbird 23 confirm push and start approved face south.
Speedbird 23, pushing back.
Where's this guy going?
2,
So we're going all the way along Alpha to Lomond.
Easy 567 radio check. Easy 567 radio check.
ATH, DT567, good morning, reach 455.
Thank you.
We can sneak past this guy, probably not, but we are tight on fuel. Is he still there for to cross? Just nudge past. I've got the fuel to play around with this. I'll do. Happy days, not died. Yeah, let laser run. Nice. I'll do. So,
Ground
Speedbird
299, 515,
request
make push and start.
squeeze of power just to keep us going. Lots of excess power, obviously.
That's Speedbird 005, hold short of Kilo. Speedbird Concorde 5, hold short of Kilo.
Hold short Kilo Speedbird Concorde 5. So That's further down here.
Speedbird 299, minute push to start, stand 545.
Speedbird 299, stand 545, push start approved face south.
Push start approved face south, Speedbird 299.
Link 30, so Kilo is the next one. Let's get the throttles to idle.
Speedbird 23, taxi Alpha, hold at London.
Taxi Alpha, hold 11.
Oh mate, don't get him to go past
Speedbird
this.
23 negative, taxi Alpha, hold short, hold at London.
Hold short at what did you say? Speedbird 23.
Oh boy. Here's Kilo. Now, what's our minimum takeoff fuel? Oh, we've got 45 minutes holding fuel.
Heathrow ground, Mother 552, ready to taxi.
So actually, 90791 was our minimum. So we've well exceeded our taxi, our
Mother 552,
additional.
taxi Kilo, hold at Kilo 1.
Got 45 minutes holding.
Taxi to at Kilo and hold at Kilo 1, Mother 552.
Oh, I could do without this. So we're eating into our 10 tons holding fuel. We've got 3.5 tons contingency, which is 11 minutes. So it's just the taxi fuel.
Speedbird Concorde 5, give way to the
Really?
British Midland 73 on your left hand side, monitor 118.5, away.
Give way to the British Midlands 73 and monitor tower 118.5. Thanks very much for the service and your patience, Speedbird Concorde 5.
No problem.
So 118.5. Really? I'm pretty fuel critical. No, they want to get that guy out first, but could they not do an intersection departure after we go past? Sat here burning 4.4 tons an hour. Look at the kilos dropping down, it's like one kilo a second. Oh, don't stop. Doesn't look like British Midland, but don't stop. Oh man.
Spirit 253, monitor Unicom 122, that's what I say.
Monitor Unicom 169, thanks for say goodbye, Speedbird 253.
Oh yeah, that's it, we'll be off to Unicom. Oh, come on. That'll Speedbird Concorde 5 with you holding Kilo.
Spirit Concorde 5 for hello.
Just chucking the power coins out the window, waiting for this guy. Well, let's hope we don't have to hold too much in the way of contingency. Our alternate, we've got 6 tons for 20 minutes to Boston.
Spirit Concorde 005, taxi straight ahead, hold Lomond.
Straight ahead, hold Lomond, Speedbird Concorde 5. Oh, could have done without that. Oh, now we're going backwards. Hello, Entity. Good to see you. Welcome to something very different. And yeah, this is not as complete as Zebo. Oh, you can poke off. Really? Speedbird Concorde 5 holding for a cheeky 7.3 that just came from.
Okay, that's interesting.
So,
Okay, this is going to be interesting.
certainly interesting for me. I'm sat here burning 4.4 tons an hour at idle, Speedbird Concorde 5.
Excellent. We'll work it with that.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so like I say, this is not as complete as Zebo. It's got some interesting quirks. I've only just started to get the hang of it. There's appearing to be a lot of clowns today at Heathrow. I'm low on taxi fuel anyway.
Feedback 2-3, holding position as specified by ground control. 2-3, traveller.
There we go. Right, so like, there's a lot of things that I can't. There's a lot of things that I can't.
2-3, standby. Feedback 2-3, standing by. LF552 for hello taxi, second right, hold November Bravo 2 Whiskey.
Right, well let's get out of the way of this clown. Don't you start.
What's that to LF552?
LF552 taxi, second right, hold November Bravo 2 Whiskey.
So we'll go as cleared to Lehman.
Second right and hold November Bravo Whiskey in LF552.
Skipper 2-3 taxi, right Lima, hold November Bravo 3. Taxi, what Lima, hold November
Mate,
Bravo
write it down.
Skipper Concorde 005 taxi, straight ahead, hold November Bravo 2 Echo.
Straight ahead, hold November Bravo 2 Echo Speedboard Concorde 5, thanks. Oh boy. Well, Entity, here we go. Look, as you can see, it's pretty old, and it's got a droopy nose, and then some ass clown behind. Really? Literally, really. So we are going November Bravo 2 Echo, which I think should just be up here at the beginning of these, although it's not quite as per the chart. This guy can do one.
2-3 hold position. Feedback 2-3 holding position. Right, 023 just hold behind the 737 to your right. I can't see any planes to my right, but I'll just... Can I...
so November Bravo 2 Echo is
023
us.
next right and hold November Bravo 2 Whiskey. Next right, hold November Bravo 2 Whiskey.
Yeah, it's certainly different. So there's our hold.
Sierra Concorde 005, line up runway 27 left.
Line up 27 left, Speedboat Concorde 5. So for that we need transponder. Oh god. On. Yes. Taxi lights we don't need, but these we do. We need fuel trim. Take off.
Approaching 27
oh,
left.
Let's turn that off.
Second calling here for tower 8.
Otherwise it'll give us flaps. So obviously we don't got any.
Sierra Concorde 005, runway 27 left, clear for takeoff. Let us wind 300 degrees 8 knots.
Clear takeoff, 27 left. Thanks very much, Speedboat Concorde 5. I'll do this. So let's get the nose wheel straight. Taxiing on this is a challenge. So we are good to go. It's meant to go 3, 2, 1 now.
Balance 552 bind, departing Concorde, flight via November Bravo 2 Whiskey, line up runway 27 left behind.
100 knots, power south. Concorde, line up, runway 27 left behind the motherfucker.
V1. Rotate.
She goes.
V2. Positive climb. Gear coming up.
So then we want all the throttle.
Gear up, doors locked.
Pitch hold.
250 knots.
Oh, we want to get the autopilot on. Wrong one. There we go. And then we got some radio nav to worry about as well. So get the reheats off for noise.
Concorde 005, Unicom 122.8.
Unicom 122.8, thanks very much for the service, great work. Speak about Concorde 1. Correction 5. So, heading. As the VOR starts to come in, we want 256.
299 with you, approaching London.
299, keep it, hello, taxi, straight ahead, hold November, Bravo 2 Echo.
Straight ahead, hold November 2 Echo, sleeper 299.
And then we're looking for 7 DME. Coco, hi. Good to see you. This will probably be terrible. My departure here. I think we can probably get a little bit more climb out of these engines. Oh no, it was 80. What was it for noise abatement? So I've still got to try and get used to the flight plan as well. The noise abatement was 95.2. Get the takeoff monitor off so we can get a bit more climb out of this. You'd want max climb in reality. Anyway, we need to go direct to Woodley.
3,000 feet.
Which is 269. That should be tracked.
Runway 27, let's go for takeoff.
We're going to set Compton 1435, 281. 281 inbound.
0299 line up, runway 27 left, caution 1 intersection departure ahead.
I'm up runway 27 left, intersection ahead, sleeper 299.
Get the nose up. This is a pretty inefficient departure. Thanks, I don't always fly Concorde, and this is just me playing about with it because it's fun and it's quick. So let's do a little cheat and have a look at the map. Where's Woodley? Hey, we're doing alright, why is it not showing? EDF should be on there. Sure it should be. 352. Well, what's going on with that then? Oh, okay.
Skipper 299, runway 27 left, clear for
Don't
takeoff.
believe.
Century 00 degrees 8 knots.
Anyway, let's head to
Skipper takeoff, sleeper 299.
VOR 281. So that's close enough. We're at 6,000. Let's go 28. Let's also go get the speed up.
552, monitor Unicom 122.8.
Monitor Unicom 122.8, thank you very much for service, have a nice day.
So we can go to 1228 as well. Definitely feeling pretty inefficient, so let's just get it. Anyway, we're straight off to the VOR, and then outbound I think is going to be where it's interesting. So INS wise, yeah, I think we can probably just go straight there, seeing as there is no ATC, and I think that is giving us the LESLU. We're approaching 10,000. Just have to see what we can do. So 9 DME from Compton. PUPJO's next, so 10,000.
10,000 feet.
Checked. Do we want 395? We want Mach 0.95.
350 knots.
So let's, there we go, so we are actually climbing. So one thing that doesn't work in this is max climb and max cruise, so you've got to do those
Wrong
manually.
fuel trim. Should I change it?
Flight trim,
to flight.
that'll do us. Sorry, this is sapping all of my available concentration. So let's see if we can get the airplane climbing pretty well now. There shouldn't be any reheat on. No, there isn't. That's fine. So actually, let's go.
Auto throttle off.
Full power. We got to full power. Yes. What do we need outbound from Compton? So outbound Compton to PUPJO is 273. Or is it Compton to PUPJO? 273. 29. I think we can just about make this work, to be honest, based on distances and tracks.
20,000 feet.
So Compton's all gone a bit wrong. So let's go 273. Let's get on that radial. You see the airplane is climbing like a homesick angel at full power, even though it is fully fueled. There's only about 12 tons of payload, but it's not a light airframe to start with. We want to get to Mach 0.95 and continue with that climb. We want outer choir, so we level off at 280. What we can do is start slowing the climb down a bit, because that's happened pretty quick, and then we can Mach hold at 0.95, 273, 2734, 29 miles. There's the airplane levelling off. Oh, hang on. It's gone wrong over there. Looks like one of the tiles has failed, so Mach hold 0.95. We can change these guys here. Engine ratings from takeoff to flight. Leave the others in climb. I assume we're going to leave the seatbelt sign on. So we are 273 outbound. We're a little bit off. So let's just try that. And we're looking for, I didn't think PUPJO was that far away. Should be pretty much where Lynham was. There's Lynham. So the track used to be to Lynham, and then we're going to go PUPJO. It's going to be 264. So let me just set that on there. 264, and then we're off direct to, probably can't see it from here, but anyway, we should be out over that way. We can go supersonic at this point, start to climb. Oh boy, that's fun to say the least. Heathrow ground, apologise for everyone not listening to what they were told. Good lad. North, nobody else, no oceanic. Sort of happy with our track. We're going to have to start turning now anyway. So we were overhead. There would be, there used to be an NDB at Lynham. Hey, I mean, for radio nav, that's not too far off. Come on, that's pretty good. So let's try 264 heading. And the really interesting thing is you think it's a massive turn, but actually once you start getting supersonic, a turn of a couple of degrees still needs a 30 odd angle of bank. Ortho's looking good. And that's pretty much going to take us to where we need to be. So 27.2, we can switch to the INS because there is nothing left radio nav aid wise. So if I just have a look on the charts, what I don't have is proper en route charts to be able to take bearings and stuff from. Our acceleration point, if I could take a bearing on that, I could pop it on the VOR. We'd figure it out. So at the moment, I think we're pretty much on our way over the Bristol Channel. Oh, that's cool. It actually shows the call signs as well. I didn't notice this before. Well done, X-Pilot. 253 Mike. So we're pretty much heading in the right direction. 280. I'm not doing any position reports or anything. It's stressful enough trying to operate this. Interesting issues with tiles and stuff. Frame rate's doing alright. So we're happy at 280, 0.95 cruise. The issue comes when we want to accelerate, because that's fun in itself. Now I've got this waypoint here. I'm just going to try and unnamed intersection, off-route intersection charted, that's fine. But what I can't get from Navigraph is a bearing from any nav aids, which would be really, really useful, because then as soon as we crossed it, we'd be able to know. What we have got is the Brecon VOR 11745, and 188's about there. 249 is like that. So 239, let's go 235. And then on this side over here, I suppose we could do on this side as well, before we switch to INS. We should... So we are heading towards where we need to go. It's going to be 25 minutes to LESLU, the weather load up there. That is the position of the waypoint, and if we do that, it should... 6 degrees. 6 degrees right. Could very well be. Yeah, so let's try that. A little bit of a stutter and a skip there, but then Bristol is... Ah, okay, there we go. So actually... Ah no, RGT. There we go. So that looks like we are heading in the right direction, which is sort of what I wanted. And if I pop it on the INS now, please don't change, please don't change. It didn't really change. That's alright. So, for whatever reason, our first waypoint is actually only coming up as... is it LESLU? 266. Could well be. I'm just going to have to keep... The trouble is you have to keep cheating and having a look at this map. I think I could get a bearing and a radial, bearing and a distance for... from the Cork VOR for it. But what I'm happy doing at the moment is looking for this. Once this crosses, and that VOR lines up, seen as we are now, 23 miles from Brecon. So we should actually be going over Cardiff. Yeah, not far off. There's the Brecon VOR. And I think our acceleration point, which is over here somewhere, is going to be roughly the 235 radial. So as we cross that radial, we can then start our climb and our supersonic acceleration, which both happen at the same time. And you might think, well, we're quite close to land for that, but I'm reliably informed that because the sonic boom would go forwards and it spreads out, that that mitigates all of the issues. Let's just see who's ahead of us. There is another Concorde out there somewhere. We've got Speed 253 Mike. No idea where MYNN is. That's a long old trip. To the Cayman Islands, Nassau, Bahamas. And there should be another Concorde out ahead of us somewhere. Something. Tower rating. I'm happy that we're going to a waypoint on our flight plan. Concorde 1 is ahead of us. His times don't match up. He's doing 1043 over the ground, so he's supersonic. We're going to be following behind, but to be honest, probably only 20 minutes or so behind. What we do have to do is keep our eye on this. And you can can see the fuel flow is incredibly high. Subsonic cruise is really, really inefficient because we're doing 8, you know, almost 20 tons an hour, and we're only doing 0.95. So let's just keep an eye on this. So, like I say, the climb is somewhat interesting. I think it's meant to be about 7 degrees initially. So we've got back hold at the moment, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go full power, enter a climb. We will then select about 52,000 feet. How high is this guy? He's still not completely climbed. And he's doing a slightly different route to us. Concorde live on Twitch. Good job for him. Have we got the same cell call? Probably. Can't see the reg. I think my flight plan's a little bit better. Didn't put any call signs in. Anyway, it is what it is. So we're looking for that radial to cross. Like I say, should bring us out here somewhere. So you know what, we're probably not far off. I think I'd like to be a little bit further north at the moment. But, you know what, lose too much sleep over it. So I think it's somewhere, so Kessup I think is, oh, direct over it. That's the point at which we should accelerate, which is what? Oh, that much, 220. So that's the sort of things that are really useful to know. Anyway, let's set 52,000. We are going to take back hold off. We are going to go pitch hold and power up. You'll see that we will probably start to accelerate. What we need to do is get the aeroplane climbing. So as you see, we are still accelerating. And then we're going to have to lower this off, but what we need is we need MMO to start increasing.
Usage for supersonic climb.
We will, in pairs, pop the reheat on, watch the fuel flow go through the roof. 2 kicks. Now the aeroplane should still accelerate. Yes, there it is, but we might want to just reduce this a little.
Mach 1
There's
passed.
Mach 1, that was easy. But it's just now maintaining this rate of climb. And like I say, in reality, you would use max climb on the autopilot to get the aeroplane climbing. Because what we don't want to do is initially climb too quickly nor too slowly. We've got the CG to worry about. And you can see it's forward CG, aft CG marked on the Mach meter, but also MMO. VMO shouldn't be a problem, but MMO will if we don't get that down. But we also need to climb and accelerate. So it's a delicate balance which I haven't quite smoothly figured out, although this isn't looking too bad. Balance between climb and acceleration. And then it will be up to 1.75 with the reheats on, then they come off and it's a super cruise all the way. You can see that fuel flow, look at that, that will drain. That is 14.8 tons, not 148 or 1,480, that is 14,800 kilos per engine at the moment. It's mental, it's incredible. As you saw, I mean, we started off with like 90 tons of fuel. 90 for an aeroplane that has 12 tons of payload, give or take. So I think with the flight planning that I've got, there's probably no way that I could do ETAs, ATAs, So I really do need to find a flight planning solution. Maybe this is where I end up getting PFPX if they have a Concorde profile. Not many seem to. And the tool that I've found is
40,000 feet.
Let's just pitch off just a little bit, because I don't think we're accelerating quick enough. There we go, that's a bit better. The tool that I found is an old tool that doesn't work particularly well, but it does generate some interesting stuff. But it's not an OFP in the sense that I would have an OFP. It does the fuel and everything, but it doesn't. It gives a list of waypoints and distances, but no times. It gives remaining distance, that sort of thing. So 52, we can pop auto acquire on. Yeah, that is on. Just difficult to see with these, but you can see so many different functions. Things like max climb would be, you know, that should be level change, that sort of function. But INS, track heading, forelock, you know, those are wrong modes. Heading hold, auto land doesn't work in this. Go around, I'm not sure. Turbulence, not sure. Pitch hold works. Land 3, as in auto land does not. Glide is effectively approach as well. Mac hold. Is there a Mac hold that side? For AP2. There's no auto throttle that side. Okay, I might have to have a look at that. There's the aeroplane still gradually accelerating, but not as quickly as I would like. Like I say, very delicate balance to get the climb, and like I say, if you had max climb, it would do it for you. Did that just drop or go up? As long as that's increasing, it should be quite quick from 1 to 1.3, so I think I may have initially, it's difficult initially to get, you've got to climb quite quickly and then level off to get the MMO increasing. Let's try a little bit lower, get the aeroplane accelerating with at least a decent climb. Another 10-minute climb, that kind of makes sense. So one thing I haven't mentioned is, hello Rick, this is Concorde FXP from Collimata. Anyway, it was on sale, and I've always been a fan of Concorde ever since FlightSim 2000 days. And this will be a little bit loud for you, but it does look pretty good. I think it could look better. There's a lot more that could be done. But, you know what? It works, it flies, there's the tip of England. It's not bad shot to me, it's a screenshot there. Like I said, I think the model could be better. It still needs a lot of work, and I think the developer knows that. And it's still good fun. So now we're just crawling up without accelerating. We are just not as quickly as I'd like, but we've still got to maintain that climb. Maybe if we try going to vertical speed, which is over here. The aeroplane, once we get past Mach 1.3, the aeroplane will speed up, because that's when the intake ramps on the engines move and they start to become really efficient. 15-minute reheat max, and I think we get a warning at 10 or 12 minutes. So we need the aeroplane to accelerate. And then it's up to about 50,000 feet in a cruise climb all the way, and then this interesting artifact I think is a remnant of our trail whenever I look outside. Which is a bit weird, but hey, I can. Although I think that might have been happening with the Zebo as well. Whatever, it is what it is. Once we get into cruise climb, we should be climbing about 50 feet per minute, which is relatively shallow. Just as the aeroplane gets lighter, so you set the pitch then go from there. So here we are approaching 1.3, 1.75, the reheats will come off. But as you can see, we're already at 705 knots, and at cruise this will increase to about 1,150, and then you'll see for the waypoints. So R60 means right.
Mach 1.3, ramp smoothing confirmed.
There we go, good. So what we should see is this should start to increase a bit quicker now, and we should be off to LESLU. Yes, we are. So that's the INS waypoint, although I did put some others in. Still need to figure it out. So, sorry Rick, I've just been chatting away. We are off to Kennedy, and it should only be about 3 hours, so it's going to be a little bit boring for you guys. But what you will see is I've got Sky Vector. I could probably bring Chrome up. But I've got Sky Vector over here, and what you'll see is that the waypoints are, I've got the OFP as well. The waypoints are, you know, LESLU to one of the first tracks is 266 miles, and you will see how quickly that will come about. So we've got distance to go to the next waypoint on the INS, we've got time as well, and once we start to get a bit quicker, this will properly, rapidly go along. The waypoints are 300-400 miles apart, and you will see how quickly they tick over. So the actual cruise is probably only an hour and a half, something like that, supersonic, because the miles just get completely chewed up. So we are doing a little bit slow on the reheat, even with our current rate of climb. So what I might just do is go back to pitch. Like I say, once the max climb function works, you won't have to do this. We shouldn't be descending, but equally I need the airplane to accelerate so that we can get the airplane nice and efficient and get the reheats off. I mean, nice and efficient is a relative term. You'll see the fuel flows in a bit, but you see as we start to accelerate, the rate of climb will come back. That's what we need to see. So I still need to have some tweaks with the profiles, but this is only like the third or fourth supersonic run. The INS and everything is actually really quite cool. It just takes a lot of getting used to because it's not visual at all. So I will bring up Sky Vector in a little bit once we've got established in the cruise. There's a nice bit of acceleration. And like I say, at 1.75 reheats go off, we're going to need to start climbing as well. Probably just creep this up just a little bit. So I think we get a warning at 12 minutes.
I suggest reheat off.
There you go, look at the acceleration now. And the reheat switches are down here. See is that the aeroplane will continue to accelerate despite the reheat being off, and look at the fuel flow, it's a lot less now. The reheat's been on for 11.5 minutes. So what we can do, and look at the rate of climb as we start to speed up. So yeah, just bad flying on my part there, quite difficult to get the profile correct, but hey ho, we made it. Just could have been a bit more efficient. We have got some fuel to worry about as we start to get close, because we used all that fuel sat around at Heathrow. In reality, I think Concorde was very rarely held. Once it was ready to go, that was it. It got straight on the runway, everyone else could wait. So, I think we're still accelerating. I think 2,000 feet a minute is probably ideal. We're accelerating a little bit slowly. So, let's try 2,000 vertical speed. So that should be us over LESLU, and you can see how early the aeroplane is turning. We have only got a few degrees to do, but look at the rate of roll. It says 269, so LESLU
50,000 feet.
266. Come on aeroplane, you should start. doing a bit wrong. Right. So let's go back to rad heading. So I have had this before when the waypoints have gone a bit squiffy. You can see the southern coast of Ireland down there. You can lower this. Out acquire at 52. Yep, that's not good, is it? So let's start heading west. And then I will try and sort the INS out, which is painful in itself. Turns at Mach 2. Concorde could do them at 30 degrees. But when you look at the turn angle, it's terrible. Oh, should have tried to spot him, since we were overtaking. So there's 52. The aeroplane should level off and now start to accelerate quite nicely. I'm going to set this to about 50. And it's non-linear, so there's 500. So I think it's about 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a little bit easier than pitch. Is there any way you can see the route? In the aeroplane rig? No. It is that old, so the reason I thought this would be fun for short trips, like, you know, maybe we'll do a trip down to the Azores or something. Instead of taking 4 hours in Zebo in the 7.3, you know, this aeroplane will do it in like 2. So that could be fun just for doing some longer trips. But the other thing that is fun with it is the fact that there is no map. Okay, I can cheat and have a look at this, but it's all INS, and the INS really does work. It worked really well last time when I didn't use intersections and just set it up properly. One thing I can do is we're along the southern coast of Ireland, so if we were 180, let's try that, 180 from Cork, which is about where we should be, even though we're slightly off track. The Cork VOR. So I'm just trying to find out the charts. 1146. There you go. So we've gone past 180. There's Mach 2. So we're going to go Mach hold at Mach 2.
Passing Mach 2.
Let's go for like 2.01, 2.02. So again, in reality, with the correct automation mode, you'd put max cruise, and it's actually determined by temperature. So the limiting temperature is 127 degrees on the nose for this aeroplane, and then what the aeroplane would do in max cruise is just monitor that temperature and fly at approximately Mach 2. If it gets a bit too warm, it slows down. If it gets, you know, just hovers between 2 and 2.02. And as you can see, 1140. So, 184 degrees left. Is that mad? So second waypoint, right, should be, and like you haven't been lost until you've been lost at Mach 2. So, position of the waypoint, right, LESLU to 5015, so 5041. No, where's 5? Where has that come from? Oh no, sorry, that's our current position. The waypoint, 510008. Next one. 51, that's LESLU. Next one, 50. Where's 28.6? So that's got a little bit messed up. 50295. Oh, I think I know what's happened. 295 was Heathrow. 5131. 5120. Yeah. PUPJO is that one. 51008. LESLU 5041, which is what we were overhead, and we want the next one. 5050. Right, so to sort this out, I think I have to do waypoint change 1 to waypoint 8. And I think if I do that, it it works. So, right, 6 degrees. Is that going to correspond? I think it very well may do. You can see how fast we're scooting past Ireland. So, 5-degree turn. Like, think about in Zebo, in the 7.3, what you would do to get a 5-degree change in course. There's no resemblance in the aeroplane, because it has to do a 30-degree angle of bank for about 20 seconds to do a change in 5 degrees. So, obviously in the real aeroplane you'd have en route charts, and so what you could do is use this and work out your position doing it. That says right 1 degree, and I'm happy now to go INS, INS, and hope to God that it just does a little, yes it does, right, so I've sorted out that route. So we are now on our way to LESLU, this one. This is now waypoint 8. So I think putting them in as, if you saw earlier, putting them in as nominated waypoints was a bad idea. And if we go to now has that. There's our track, there's our ground speed. Want to know. Go all the way around. Time. Oh, but that one is going. Because it's not on. So I think if I switch that to INS. And okay, maybe that doesn't work. Was that not working? Anyway, that's our current position, waypoint. Okay. That's the same as that. Greater than 330. To be an odd. So where are we off to? That's the waypoint. That's where we are. We're going to 50. Oh, okay, my bad. We should have gone 5041. Whatever. So we're going to miss out a waypoint. Never mind. You can see how easy it is to get it wrong. So if I just bring up Sky Vector for you guys, and I think I probably should have stepped through on that. So there is, let me just put Chrome on the screen. There you go, you can see it now. So LESLU was that point that we were meant to be going to. We were clearly sort of like, by the time we drifted off over here, we were up here somewhere. We then should have been going to this waypoint. However, what I did was, as I stepped through, I managed to get the wrong one. So what we're now doing is going to this one. So 5050020 west, which you can see on the screen. That's where we're going. So we've accidentally missed this one out. And that's where we're going. You can use the position. Does this work? There you go, 5102. To have a look and see where you are on the map. So 5102. So we're above this line here somewhere. And we are at 1204, which is over here somewhere. 1204. So we are sort of here, and you can see that that is going to take us to that waypoint in a direct, in a great circle. So we've just accidentally missed this one out. I could put it back in, but you know what? I'm happy to just leave it like that. That is then waypoint 8, 5020. So I'm scribbling this down on the flight plan. And then it will rock through 9, 1, 2, 3, 4 all over again. And hopefully that won't go wrong. Otherwise, it's just going to be such a mess. Because like I said, I can just about manage it, but it's something of a struggle. But yeah, that is effectively what you have to do, is use en route charts to map all this out. The INS, which is all good fun. What we need to do is get the vertical speed on and let the airplane just gently drift up. pitch to match. That's something I should have done earlier, was getting a bit distracted. I think the seatbelts can go off. The engine rating up here can go to cruise. And I think that's about what I need to do. And then it's just a case of, you could spend so much time trying to figure out where you are. It's incredible, because you were doing so 1143, so nautical miles a minute. 1143 divided by 60 means we are doing 19 miles per minute. So every 3 seconds we are doing a mile. Every 3 seconds, which is mad. And you can just see it tick over here. So when that changes, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, there you go. 1 mile every 3 minutes. So there you go. Whatever, anyway. We are happy that we are on our way to our next waypoint. I'm gonna have to keep my eye on it when it ticks over. See what we get given that. So that's our current position. We want distance, time. Not sure why there's those little notches. I thought that meant greater than, but maybe it doesn't. We're on track. So that's what that's telling us. So yeah, you've got the radio aids don't help you when you're in INS. It switches to true. What's in there then? Don't know. Anyway, that's us on our way. So yeah, very, very different. And like I said, I got this because I thought it would be really good fun and a challenge. And before it certainly I don't think was worth the money because it was really, really, really even more basic. So at least there's some autopilot functions now. Once that gets even better, happy days. It'll be even better still. But I think it's really good for practicing radio nav, and certainly maybe I'll consider getting some actual en route charts, and then you can plot these things and see exactly where you are. Don't know if you can get laminated en route charts for the North Atlantic. But yeah, so that's us. You can see Ireland is long gone now. Let's have a look on SkyVector. Have a look on the VATSIM map actually. So we're almost out of Shannon's control area. We should have been out of Shannon's control area, and we should be, how many miles is that south? Yeah, we're a little bit off course, but we are going direct to a waypoint that we know where it is, so I'm happy with that. It's 216 miles, and as you can see, that's going to take 11 minutes. It's so incredibly quick. You can see in the cruise that we are burning 20 tons an hour, so we've got 3 hours of supersonic ahead. So I think you can see how efficient, in relative terms, the aeroplane is when it is super cruising at Mach 2. Because, as you saw, the acceleration takes a lot, but once you're there, what were we burning on the ground? What were we burning subsonic at 0.95? We were only burning a little bit less, so it's just an amazing feat of engineering. I mean, and hats off to Florian, the guy that's developing this. And admittedly, it is payware, and admittedly, it isn't complete. But I still think if you want a Concorde for X-plane, this is, in fairness, probably the one to get. And then, of course, once we arrive and start getting close to Kennedy. Yeah, I mean, what I really wanted to be able to do was to see any other aeroplanes, and I think as we get further out, it should be. In reality, the guys that flew it said that you'd see airliners below, with their contrails, and they would look like they were going backwards because we're going twice as fast as they are. So if I pick something out of the VATSIM map, So Heathrow to Miami. There's this lad who is doing a ground speed of 503 knots at 32,000 feet in a 747-400. We are going to catch him up, and we will probably catch him up before we make landfall. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. At least we've got some of the crews to think about our arrival. It might be a bit of a mess. It is challenging, to say the least, to fly this. I don't know if there's going to be any ATC online. I hope there is, because we should be arriving local time at approximately 9 in the morning. So we took off, well, we should have left off blocks at 10:30 local here, and we should be arriving 9:30 local in New York, which is just absolutely incredible. And when I was testing this and doing a flight the other day, I took off at sunset, just like some of the trips that they used to do, and the sun came back up, and it was afternoon. I think that was the one. Then when I arrived in it, it then crashed to desktop. So hopefully this will not happen again. It didn't the last trip I did. And I've got ortho, and the overlay should work, and it should look good. I don't want to make too many promises, but I will be very disappointed if it does all drop off, because although the cruise is relatively short, you know, it's probably only 2 hours in the cruise, 20 minutes per waypoint sort of thing, which is somewhat boring. But I'd rather have 2 hours cruising in this than 4 hours cruising in the 7.3, for instance, or as this trip is, it should be about 3.5 hours across. It's 7 or 8 hours to do a trip in anything else across the pond. So yeah, I'm just having a look. So Newark to Vulkan, there's not really anything. We're a bit further south as well, because it's not completely great circle tracks, but I don't think that matters. We've got the guy ahead in another Concorde. I don't know what he's flying. He's doing the funny routing that is Kender, Lind, and then Owens, and then Cameron. We're not going to do that, because I've had a look at the British Airways charts. There's a few still about, and I've got a book with some in the cover. Now they might be a little bit outdated, but the routing, which I should probably put up for you guys, I'll just show you on Sim, on Sky Vector. This is the trouble with not having much in the way of flight planning. So we're roughly over here somewhere. So if we have a look at the INS, that's our current position, isn't it? Where's my mouse gone? So 59.2, so we're a little bit south of this. So 59.2, and then west 1650. So yeah, we're sort of here somewhere and continually moving towards this point. We're going to follow all these tracks that don't move, because there's hardly any wind up at this height, and I'll put the, what do we do, which one's wind? Track, ground speed. Distance. If I could get wind. So have a look down on this INS. Where's the mouse gone? Okay, it's because I'm having trouble doing this. Right, wind. Okay, I can see wind there. Anyway, I'll put that back open in a moment. We're going to follow all these waypoints, and then we're going to get down to the coast down here, so we can use one of the VORs to obey 1135. YYT. You can get a position fix off of that, of course. You can get a position fix off of that for that waypoint. And then we're going to follow these down. We will see this sandbank on the way in, which is a real thing that they always used to go past, all the way in, and then we're going to follow this waypoint. The other guy is going to be going all the way down to here to come up to go, or is it even that? It's down here. Anyway, it's something ridiculous like that to up here to there, and it's a it's a bit too much. This is an actual routing, so hopefully we'll be able to figure something out and get into JFK. But we will be using VOR and ILS only. Like I said, there is no localizer only. There's no glide slope, so it's a bit like flying a non-precision approach, even though we're doing it on the ILS, which makes it a challenge. And Concorde is challenging to fly on the approach anyway, so I can't promise a decent landing. I can't promise a good landing. I can't even promise a decent landing. So yeah, we've got all that to look forward to. So that's the wind. 10 knots by the looks of things. Anyway, 3 INSs, not just 2. What do we need to know? So that's distance, time. I'm sure I haven't seen those little ticks before. Anyways, you know, 60, 70 miles and 3.5 minutes is pretty impressive. So we can have our position on there, and yeah, that's it. That's how we know where we are. So yeah, very, very different. Really good for raw data, instrument interpretation and stuff. You can see the engines are pretty much left at full power throughout the cruise as well. Certainly not far off. And admittedly, we probably could get a squeeze more performance out of them, but we're doing all right, and the ground speed is just ticked up just slightly. Flying it with real weather, so this would be what you would see, and you can see just how quickly those clouds are going past. So quickly, I think, that Active Sky is having a difficult job of keeping up with drawing the weather ahead of us. So yeah, like I say, I can't really answer much in the way of questions for this, and it's going to be a little bit of a boring flight overall because it's a long old cruise, so you're just going to be sat here watching this. And like I say, I can't really give forecast times because although I've got the distances, it's difficult to forecast when we're going to arrive. You can see the fuel chuntering down, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And 2 minutes, so you can see that I think our waypoint should be up here somewhere. Should see us. Just getting sky vector back up. So it will then be 5030. So we were off to 50. Were we? To scroll this down. So we went LESLU, we missed that out. So we're going direct 5020. 5020, that makes sense, doesn't it? And then it's going to be 5030, which, in fairness, is pretty much halfway across the Atlantic. So you'll see this tick over in a moment. You should be going waypoint 9. So 8, 9. So it should just tick over, and there might be a little bit of a change. And it might look like a really rapid and intense turn, even though it may only be a couple of degrees difference. So I think it should be a bit of a right-hand turn. Anticipation. There we go. Right hand turn. Now it is literally a couple of degrees. 5 degrees. Look at the angular bank at supersonic speeds. It's mad. So 381. 20 minutes. Isn't that cool? Now the vertical speed goes all over the place when that happens, but you know what? Like whatever, it will settle down. One thing we do need to do is set that to 60 and out acquire it, just so that we don't climb above 60. Vertical speed still engaged, INS is on, MAC holds on. That's it. And you can see we're going from waypoint 8 to waypoint 9. So as long as you've got those set up on the flight plan correctly, you can see where you are. And I've had to do a lot of scribbling out on mine. So just need some better flight planning solutions, if anyone knows what they are. And I think I'll probably fly Zebo again later, but I could certainly see myself getting into doing longer distance trips using this, and although it's pretty unrealistic flying supersonic across land, I'm not sure I care on VATSIM. And if they get funny about it, well, I think fundamentally they could just do one, because I would quite like to do a round the world tour in Concorde and try and plan it and figure it out, but I am going to need to get some better tools. But yeah, I mean, like I say, I think it's pretty cool. There's a payload thing, if you didn't see from the beginning. You can see the aircraft here, status, reheats are completely off. Now the engine's running. You've got the airspeeds and the bugs, and you can see V1, V rotate and V2 are very high, and you can see descent and landing. VREF of 200 is quite high. I think noise abatement is 190. 8 knots of wind at 243, which is what we had, and it said A, but I think that was meant to be an R. Anyway, and you can see fuel trim is quite important in this aeroplane. You can see that it's pretty neutral pitch. You can see the fuel. See where it's being used from as well. It does sort of baffle me this, but you can see that the trim tanks 8 and 9 and 10 and 11 in the tail is very important for trimming the aeroplane. There you go, there's a schematic for the engines. See, there's the ramps that slow the air coming in at Mach 2. They create shock waves as it slows down, and they slow it in that, I think that's about 8 or 12 feet, you know, a couple of meters. They slow the airspeed down to from Mach 2 down to normal engine speeds, subsonic speeds, to get it going in and through the engine, which is phenomenal. And that's one of the clever things that actually makes the aeroplane so efficient at supersonic speeds. See the CG there?
Fuel status, 60 tons.
60 tons of fuel, so each engine's burning 5 tons an hour, so 20 tons. We've got 3 hours of fuel before we expire, but that is, like I say, as we go subsonic, that fuel rate actually is going to decrease slightly, but for our speed and our mileage, it's going to become much less efficient. So we can keep supersonic as long as possible. That's ideal for us. You can see the centre of gravity and centre of pressure, that moves throughout the flight envelope, which is fun. And you can see there's quite a few options for doors. The pushback I still haven't figured out, and it's a bit of a mess. Maybe I will try later on just seeing if better pushback works with it, because that would be a lot easier. And for a free plugin, well, I'm not sure I'd bother trying to code my own to make it all work if something else does it. One thing I do need to do is set up controls for some of the functions, and I don't think all the data refs are there, which is a shame. So can't quite do any of that yet, because it'd be nice on my throttle to have some of the switches do the inboard and outboard reheats, because actually I suppose I could figure it out and map it. I've got one that would be good for the parking brake, which is quite strange. So yeah, it needs, I think we could get a lot of things out of mapping a few more controls. At the moment it's all a bit manual, which takes a little bit of extra time, that sort of thing. So yeah, that's pretty much it. It's now just our gradual cruise, following our mate that's going to is he? So this guy's from Edinburgh, Gareth. Speedbird 1, he already got in there. Now I did file for Speedbird 7, but somebody else had taken that, which I thought was really weird. So we're doing 1146, he's doing 1152, so similar sorts of speeds, and he's at 58, or 52 and a bit, so maybe he got a bit more of a climb on straight up to 60. Not sure it's necessarily the most efficient to do it that way. He's got a bit less fuel than us. Or maybe he just hasn't planned it. But yeah, certainly going down to the Canaries or the Azores, places like that, I think would be quite good fun. Gran Canaria in like 2 hours would be pretty good as well. So the Torbay VOR 1135, so we can get that tuned, and we get displayed radios on that side, and then maybe about 200 miles away from the coast of, what is it, St John's, I think it's the coast of Newfoundland there. It's possible to pick the VOR up. We should probably get that in a little while. Just trying to see where we are. Yeah, so maybe we're not halfway across the Atlantic. We haven't switched over to Gander's airspace yet, so is that halfway? I don't know. Anyway, there's loads of aeroplanes out to our right by. Certainly not a visible amount because you can't see them on here, but we are whizzing past all of them. But as they fly a complete great circle track, which is slightly shorter distance. Sorry, excuse me. Which is a bit further north than us by a couple of 100 miles. But hopefully, as we start to converge, we will start meeting up as we get near sort of Halifax, Nova Scotia, that sort of area. But still no ATC online. So certainly for chewing up the distance, I think this would be quite fun. Maybe we could do some USA trips with Concorde and just do it overland, like, who cares? So projectFLY, if anyone knows anything about that, I've got it running. It's got our distance, our altitude, flight phase. It's quite cool. Got a squawk that long, but not much else. Make that bigger. Okay, so thought, seen as if I can't do anything for a virtual airline, I should probably start using that. It's certainly good to record stuff to see what you've done. I'm sure there's loads of stuff I can import from VATSIM. Anyway, there's 55,000. One thing I haven't done clearly, look. Whoops. That was easy to do because of course there's no reminder and there was no ATC to clear us to a flight level, so easy things to forget when you've got more important stuff like navigating to worry about. Let's just leave that as a view. Look at that, 204 miles in just over 10 minutes. It's crazy. By the way, yeah, good to see you. It is challenging. It's slightly incomplete, which adds another extra dimension. So, yeah, it's good. I think it's quite rewarding. We'll see. I will probably perform an incredibly bad landing, as it will only be my second time landing this aeroplane. Yeah, we are. So, Mach 2.01, chewing up the distance. So, why does it not have those little ticks this time? I was sure I didn't see it. Weird. Anyway, you can see the aeroplane turning ever so slightly just to try and keep this on. Let's go right. R6T, right. Off to JFK. the inaugural London to New York trip. Feel free, if any of you have got bottles of champagne, feel free to pop one and serve yourself some snacks. One thing I'm not going to do is have a look at the cabin because it really hits the frame rate. But you know, even in Zebo, like most of the time, I don't like sitting in the back. What's the point? And it's just an empty cabin in this one, so it's not really that beneficial. What's the most useful, I suppose? Wind is tick. So 6 knots of wind up here, which is great, isn't it? Like, so max drift at 1152 is ridiculous. Like, there's hardly any drift at 6 knots. Wind is coming from 223. So sort of over here. What's that just picked up? Can't imagine it's picking up any NDBs. Maybe it is. So you've got wind. You know, all these things that you'd get on an ND, got to get from here. So that's distance to go and time. That is waypoint position. That's our current position. That's our track, and how far off of it we are. It's our heading. Don't know why it has that A. For angle, I guess. Anyway, those are the two most useful bits of information. I just need to keep an eye on it for the next 8 minutes to make sure that this ticks over from 9 back to 1 and doesn't go too mental. But you can see from our waypoint list, it looks like it walked up a load of this and then inserted them back afterwards, which again I think needs some work. I did it before and I just put the lat longs in at waypoints and it was absolutely fine. So clearly putting in named waypoints is not a good idea. But that's the sort of thing. That's what I've got written down on the flight plan here. And so that's it. Yeah. So the call sign is maybe I shouldn't have done Speedbird. Maybe I should have done Prefect as Prefect Concorde 99. That would be good. Let's do that in future. Seeing as if there's many of the virtual British Airways airlines. So I've got one of the ones that uses VATSIM. They don't do any Concorde routes, but they say they're going to do one for a round the world tour. So I might do that. But oh well, their problem. Virtual British Airways, the one that's been around for the longest amount of time, you've got to do like 500 hours with them before you're allowed to fly Concorde, and no exceptions. Alright, well that counts me out because I just don't care. And I can't go flying the bus everywhere because I don't have one. So all these weird little rules that some of the crappier virtual airlines, can I say that? I said it, never mind. If offended, apologies. Some of those virtual airlines, I just don't see the point. And I get the ones that want realistic routes, but come on, Concorde's pretty special. So, yeah, so our call sign is Speedbird 5, but 005. But yeah, maybe we will use Prefect in future, seeing as why should we be giving anyone any credit when they don't want us? I'm happy to use Ryanair for virtual Ryanair and any of the others. But even, yeah, like I said, I think they can make an exception and then they get some more hours out of me, but oh well. Let projectFLY get all the tracking and stuff. It's just interesting to see how much I've flown it. So I mean, I probably should use projectFLY. The last couple of flights when I've flown this, I can't say I've done any circuits in it because it was crashing. I was doing a few takeoff practices and a couple of subsonic runs out into the channel and back to get a feel for the aeroplane. And then I managed one successful landing, but this was all offline because I think doing the radio work properly for the oceanic stuff is going to be a headache as well. Now, so Speedbird will be BA Bravo Alpha Whiskey 005. So if you look mid-Atlantic, you should see me because I can see me. So there's a line of 4 aeroplanes. Yeah, there we are. And there's BAW1, which I'm pretty sure in reality the 00s were included but never said, because I think it needed those. Anyway, whatever, this will probably be the first and last time we use the British Airways call sign, and we'll just confuse the hell out of people by using using Prefect Concorde 99, because why not? Certainly not going to get any Callsign confusion with anybody else using it. So just plodding along. As you can see, 83 miles, 4.3 minutes. It's just insane. I've really been talking for 15 minutes. So yeah, there's our waypoint list. The map just brings up the X-Plane map, so you can see all those waypoints, all lat longs. I suppose speed 450. In fairness, 391 is probably more accurate. And this is actually quite good for the times, because I don't have them on here, but obviously I need to put better information in to get better times out of this, and it's just all... Yeah, no FMC, mate. If you have a look at how we set it up, so you could punch it in. In reality, they would punch it in using this, and I'm not sure in this aircraft if you can punch it into that. There's a plugin that you can get that apparently has a better version, but to be honest, it's payware as well, but to be honest, as long as this works, then I don't really have a problem with it. I don't mind the lat longs. The INS inertial navigation system, rather than inertial reference. Anyway, there are 3 of them on this aeroplane, and they are over here on the engineers panel. Yes, you need an extra person to do all of that, which is mental. They take 10 minutes to line up, and it takes you about 10 minutes to plumb in the route anyway, so by the time it's aligned, you can put it in. So you're having to put lat longs in for everything. Sorry, wrong one. So there's our waypoint list. Yeah, it tells us where we're going actually. That is quite useful. Flight plan wise, it doesn't fill any of these in, and it's the dispatch and the flight planning. SimBrief doesn't have a Concorde profile, and apparently it's too difficult because it's supersonic. Well, other people have managed it, so I'm not convinced about that. There's probably enough of a market. I would love it if SimBrief did it. So yeah, there is an FMC, but it is incredibly basic, and you've got to use it to interpret all the stuff. Hence why I've had a bit of a practice beforehand to at least do one trip across the Atlantic, because doing it with radio as well is going to be a real challenge. Thankfully, none of the oceanics are online, which suits me, but it would be nice to get some ATC on arrival in New York. So, because inbound to JFK, there are 13 arrivals. There's Air France 2, another Concorde. Where's he? There's one ahead of us. Is Air France 2. We're only just taking off. Anyway, Concorde 1 that's ahead. Right, so let's be ready to rescue the airplane if it goes all over the place. For the next waypoint. Pretty basic, but pretty incredible for a system that was developed in the 60s, that was actually in the latter days of Concorde RNAV compliant. Yes, it didn't have the waypoints and stuff, but it was to the RNAV tolerance, which is pretty cool. So I think we need to be going to 4916. Moment of truth. Could end up having to jump in and press heading. So this should tick over. If it doesn't, got a problem. Anticipation's killing. Hey, that's all right. A little tick like that is fine. So it's just not going to show it. Anyway, 394, yes. 393 is the distance I've got. That is good enough for government work. 263, can we get a track? 263. Yes, so I'm happy that has ticked over correctly. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. Really nerve-wracking. So what we can't do is see what the next waypoint is, because this, I don't think, ticks over. It goes to 9 and then that's pretty much it. But it will just keep running, which is cool. So that waypoint information is going to be incorrect. 380. Cumulative distance. So far we should have done about 1,121 miles. We haven't been elapsed, and you can't sadly stop and then reset this for some stupid reason. So that needs a little bit of work, because it would be nice to set the off blocks time over here and the flight time over here. You can see we didn't hit the 15-minute reheat limit. So happy days. It'd be good to see how long we've actually been airborne. But seeing as we've got cumulative distance-wise 3085, give or take away. So we've got 1960 miles to do. So it's probably an hour and a half-ish, give or take. Maybe it isn't. Maybe I'll shut up. Maybe I need some decent ETAs. I think we're definitely going to need some ETC when we get there, otherwise it's just going to be chaos. I definitely need NILS. There's no way that I can do anything else. Like I say, we can do the localizer Vorlock works, although you say work, it's a little bit twitchy for my liking. And then it's a case of that vertical speed of about 1,000 feet a minute on the glide slope to get the aeroplane coming down, and then it's really twitchy on approach, so there's a lot of excess power, but very small changes in pitch equal very large changes in airspeed. So we've got all of that to look forward to, especially if it's busy. It's going to be chaos as well, and the aeroplane is quicker, so in the descent we'll be doing decimal 95 once we get to like 36,000 feet. So we're a bit quicker there, and then starting to 250 is pretty uncomfortable and pretty inefficient as well. So we are hoovering up our fuel. I hope we've got enough to get there, to be honest, because I mean 20 tons an hour, if we've got an hour and a half left, that only leaves us with 13 tons, which is a little bit low. So let's have a look. We need 6 tons for the alternate. We were meant to have 9.5 tons holding. We should have 3.5 tons contingency. We should require 90.7 tons for the route, which was a little bit lower because of that holding. 45-minute holding fuel though. But I mean 9 tons, 9.5 tons for 45 minutes holding. The taxi was meant to be 1 ton, but it was a hell of a lot more than that. We probably should have about 2.5, so we released with just over 91 and a bit, more like 92. And it should be a 3 hour, 33-minute flight time with 71.7 tons of fuel to the destination. It's ridiculous. 3 hours, 33 minutes total. So yeah, we will see. There's not really, you can't really get much more efficient than this. Diversions, we could go to Boston. Boston's that bit closer. Boston is our diversion, but Boston is our alternate. But Boston is en route, so we could divert there if needed. There is St. John's. Is that long enough? Yeah, that's a big old airport, isn't it? So that is not much of a detour off of where we're going, so we could always use that. And then what have we got down here? Yarmouth is probably not big enough. Anyway, there's a few. I think we definitely get into Gander, so we should still be all right. Distance with just overtaking all the other inbound stuff. So I mean, like I say, it'd be really nice to see them below going past. So 8 to 9. It's interesting that this doesn't tick over. Do you have to load anything? I don't know. seems like a bit of a flaw to me, but maybe there is a way to do it. I'm not going to play with it because I'm happy that it's taking us where we need to go for the time being. Actually, it's getting on for lunchtime, so I might have some lunch in a minute. Whilst we demolish our way, we're probably about halfway across the Atlantic now, in fairness, from Ireland to the edge of Canada. And we've got the eastern seaboard to make our way down. Say holding fuel, but that isn't holding fuel, is it? So minimum fuel in my mind would be 30 minutes. So this flight plan calls it holding fuel. Actually, it's final reserve fuel. There's a lot of stuff on here. I was about to climb on this flight plan. Take-off considerations. It's quite good, but I'm just not sure how accurate it is. I'm sure it would work with FSX if I had it, but it just isn't quite outputting. I forget what it's called. Something on VATSIM. But it is pretty comprehensive and really impressive. I can see a huge amount of work went into it. It's got payloads, operating weights, take-off factors, speeds. So for the noise abatement, 250 knots, 108 seconds. N2 settings. Yeah, it is quite cool. I just looked up and thought it would crash then, but no, it's fine. Speed-wise, we're doing pretty good too. 55 over ground. Past the guy ahead going, I'm on 66. So maybe we will be getting quicker as we keep going. So yeah, like I say, interesting. And if you guys want to have a look and get Sky Vector up, you can have a look and start planning that. Have a look at the positions and see where we are and how quickly we're moving. So our next waypoint. Our next waypoint should be 4916. North, 40 degrees west. So yeah, en route charts will be really useful. And if you look at that, that's each one of these waypoints is almost like a quarter of the distance across the Atlantic. The next waypoint will be 423 nautical miles, which is going to be like 22 minutes. And then we should at that point be able to start picking up the St John's VOR, which we've got tuned over here, 1135. One thing I can do is pop the VOR on. We can turn the radio off. I suppose we can leave the radio on. So HF nav. Can't really see any of that in the dark. So comms are here, the navs are up the top. Weather radar, I don't think, oh maybe it does work. 352 is interesting on there, because I thought that was a decimal. I think that's modelled incorrectly. I think that should be 352.0 and that one should be 0 or 5. But hey, I could be entirely wrong, but it certainly makes sense. Bow squawk and everything's on. So that should pick up the VORs, I think. identify, we want the Morse for it. We've got something to play with as we get a little bit closer. So we don't get too bored. So yeah, 10 minutes to do 188. And then we will be at 4916, 40 degrees west. Next waypoint will be 4703 north, 50 degrees west. We'll easily be in range then. And then we will be supersonic all the way down the eastern coast. Our way to New York, so like I say, feel free to come back a little bit later if you don't want to see where the aeroplane is. Do any of that. You can see there's the temperature 122, 127 meter max. So the aeroplane seems quite happy at the moment. Anyway, I think I'm going to go off to the next waypoint. I think I'm going to get some lunch as we start coming towards potential airspace. Still nothing. Oh, hang on, something's just lit up. Philadelphia. The aeroplane should have TCAS as well, interestingly. So there should be an aeroplane. There's Delta 122. Do you think we'll be able to see them? Unless they're streaming a contrail, probably not. Difficult to know how far away that is. We should start to see some a little bit further up. I'm not sure how much far apart that is. It'd be really cool to see someone though. Shooting past, twice as high. Almost twice as high as they are. Which again is insane when you think about it. So Concorde could go higher than 60,000 feet, but I think it was a pressurization certification issue that it couldn't go higher than that, because if it had a decompression then the packs would die. Simple as that. That's why the windows on it were so small, to minimise the cabin altitude loss. And I'm not even sure what the descent procedure was. Possibly I throttled all the way back to idle and then max descent. You've got to get down below 10,000 feet pretty quick. One interesting thing about this is the inboard reversers can be used in flight to add additional braking, because of course there's no flaps, no speed brakes. So that's quite interesting. I haven't quite got it so it works with the controller yet, but no doubt I'll try and figure that out at some point. And you can see whoosh, they're gone. Maybe they'd have been just outside of range. We should be overtaking Speedbird 45 Charlie Delta and Speedbird 924 Alpha and Speedbird 25. So there's a cluster of those. Somebody else is going the other way. So Speedbird 25 is off to Miami. They are doing a ground speed of 480 knots, which is negligible. Behind them, an Airbus 350. 7661 as well. Is that an Oceanic? Should change ours to 2000. Is that a thing in Oceanic? To read up on it. Anyway, there's another one behind it, Scorpion 2000, that is going to Philly from Heathrow. They left at 7:20 Zulu, so well before us. 489. So somebody's doing 497 knots, which is kind of quick, but less than half what we're doing. And Speedbird 41 Kilo, no idea where that's off to. So are any of these off to Philly? That's our way. The other one behind it is off to Philly as well. Someone's off to Dulles. Let's have a look at JFK. So there's a bit of a trail. But probably not going to pass anyone that's going our way. Air France Concorde that's making its way through the channel. Delta 6, 744, he's going to be a while. So here we are, 80 miles to go, 4 minutes. Just absolutely eating up the distance. No, those won't sit for landing yet. Anyway, let's just look at the chat. Sorry, Coco, earlier on while I was really busy getting set up, you jumped in and something like, so thanks very much for that. Can't promise I'll be flying Concorde all the time, but I think we'll do some interesting trips. Maybe we could be a Ryanair Concorde. That would be. Wonder what the cheapest they could get it is. 2-hour flight, no snacks. Certainly get down to the Canaries pretty quick. So I think that's a trip we could do in about 2 hours, which would be quite good fun. Whether or not people have seen, I know in reality they've been to the Azores and Canaries and stuff. Whether or not VATSIM controllers will have seen that is a different matter. Don't know whether to report that contrail as a bug or if it's just an 1150 thing. It is a bit weird. I think it's our contrail. I think it comes from having a look outside, because until the point when you don't, it doesn't show, and then you do and it's over there, which is weird. So yeah, it certainly takes a bit of getting used to this jet. Probably one of the better views in there. So let's have a look. Like I said, we are on our way to 4916. Pop that up on screen so you can see. That's where we're going. 4916. Should tick over to 4703 50 west. And we might expect maybe a little bit of a left-hand turn. So 0 wind. Our ground speed's gone up. So let's see that tick over as we get closer and see how many degrees it is initially. I've got on the flight plan 255, but obviously it doesn't correspond. Although we should almost be doing 255 if it's Great Circle. It's continually changing, but once you get to that point, it should be the same initially. Track required, yeah, 255. Assume that's true. And then it should be 423 miles, 421 on here. So we'll see what comes up. Right times overhead, but 36, the clock's correct at least. 426 miles. Oh, right a little bit. Okay. So we were overhead at 11.16. We're overhead at 11.36. And it looks like we've got 1,500 miles to go. So we might be a little bit tight on fuel. Just look at the fuel counter going down. You know, that's 47 tons. Tick, tick, tick. You know, each engine there is burning just over a kilo a second. Anyway, to 423 miles, 21 minutes. I think I'm going to go have a look and see if I've got any food available. So, thanks for sticking with, guys. Feel free to mooch about and come back. The fun bit will be the landing, especially if it's busy and there is ATC. So, sadly, I don't think there's any. You can try and do HF. Anyway, have a look on the VATSIM map. We look like we're starting to overtake some people. Up ahead there, yes. So 4-5 Charlie Delta, these are the ones that are inbound to Philly. Rocketing past them. Won't leave that up, but you can certainly see that we are making good time. Anyway, thanks very much, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
60,000 feet. Maximum flight level.
Well, there's me with a ham and mozzarella sandwich for lunch, which would be a bit less exclusive than I'm sure would be really served on the jet, so I'm going to have to up my game for that. And you probably saw me having a look there to see if I could spot the aeroplanes that we were overtaking that showed up on VATSIM and the X-plane map, but sadly they were not to be seen. I do wonder if they were actually quite close and just quite far down. But never mind. As you can see how rapidly we are shooting past them, completely overtaking them. So you just saw the DME kick into life, so we're picking the DME up from the VOR at St John's. We should really be along the 090 radial, although with the mag variation as it is, there you go, 290, so we are, I think, pretty much due east. See that DME counting down pretty rapidly. See the air pressure fluctuating a bit in the aeroplane climbing and descending. I think it'd be a lot smoother than that in reality. And we're doing almost 1160 knots over the ground, which is pretty PDQ. So 19.3 miles per minute. Almost 2 miles every 6 seconds. Ridiculous. See, the fuel flow's dropped a little bit there, but we're approaching 40 tons, and I do wonder if we're going to have enough to make it, or if we are going to have to divert. So let's just scribble down what minimum landing fuel is going to be. So 30 minutes. I think we've probably hoovered up all of our contingency. So we should be landing with our alternate fuel, 5968 plus holding fuel, 9451, though that's a little bit sketchy. So we should, our diversion fuel is looking 15. Show the external camera. Okay, I can do that. It does get a little bit loud. And there you go, you can see the contrail over there. Ours is here, so I don't know why there is a duplicate over there. But there she is. What's this? Oh, stars. Anyways, like I say, it's not... I think the exterior model could do with a little bit of work. But it's pretty good. Like, the lights are a bit... they could do some work. The doors need to be a bit more rounded. But overall, I think it's pretty impressive. But, as you've seen, it's not a huge amount when it comes to external views that I do. So we are at flight level 600, which is the max out for this aeroplane. And we are just coming up on our next waypoint, which should be, just show you on the browser there. See, that's why as I tweak the VOR radial there. We are tuning into the VOR that's here at St John's. Gander's over here, which is good potential diversion, which is why I was just doing the fuel calcs, having a look, see what we think we might land with. And then, we are just about over this point. We are going to tick 138. That's interesting. Check the old plan. 135. Oh, it's because you can't quite see it on here. 138 is that distance there, then 319 to bring us down here, and then there's the Sable Island, the sandbank down there. We were overhead at what, 1158. So distance-wise, we are an hour away if we were supersonic. So that would leave us with 20 tons. If we get down to 15, we've certainly got to worry. 20 would be happy and comfortable, but we're not going to get any more efficient by slowing down. So if we just stay supersonic as long as possible, it's most efficient for us.
Fuel status, 40 tons.
There you go, that's our next waypoint down here. There you go, 135, 319, 235. Yeah, supersonic. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it, that is the fuel efficient regime for this aeroplane is at Mach 2. It is not a fuel efficient aeroplane, but the most fuel efficient regime for it is supersonic. The exterior view is a little unrealistic because you hear the jet first, but it does. Let's do a little flyby. So you shouldn't hear anything. Do get the boom, but in reality the boom will be the first thing you hear because of the way the sound waves propagate. So you'd hear absolutely nothing and then a bang. So like I say, with an orbit chart you'd be able to plot that radial. See how quickly we're cross-cutting it, even though we're going to be sort of 90, 100 miles away. You can see that needle moving. You can happily get a protractor and draw that out. So Rick, our ground speed, so we're doing an airspeed of 355 indicated. Mach meter is here 2.01 and our ground speed is here 1161, and the ground speed should be pretty much what we would expect. So if I put track ground speed on this one, no, sorry, we want wind, don't we, which is it that one? Difficult to tell from here. So wind, yeah, that's wind, so 7 knots from, I think that's 2 degrees. So we've got a little bit of tailwind there, but it is absolutely negligible. So there you go, ground speed. This is our distance to go to the next waypoint, and that's time in minutes. And so I sort of just keep this view open here like this, and we can switch that to current waypoint in lat long. So yeah, phenomenally quick. As we start to cross into Gander, that's when the airways start, but we're still twice as high above these. A lot of these will stop, if we can find one of these airways. Why can't I click on it? Yeah, I could probably do it on Sky Vector. One of those airways, the uppers for those. It's interesting, it doesn't show them. High airways on. Maybe they don't exist. Weird. Anyway, there's a lot of compulsory reporting points, so we should be doing position reports and stuff, but no way is my mental capacity there yet. I'm sorry, I do not speak Portuguese. We left from Heathrow Echo Golf Lima Lima, and we're off to New York Kennedy, Kilo Juliet Foxtrot Kilo. Should probably get up here. So there we go. Heathrow to Kennedy. You see a lot of these waypoints. Don't take a lot of time. I definitely think I got the speeds wrong there. Although that should be indicate airspeed, so distance wise 3, 4, 18 minutes. Yeah, that's well out there. So yeah, we could probably go a little bit quicker. Not sure if that would be more efficient. I think 2.02 is the most efficient of speed. You can see we're getting a bit lighter, so the fuel flow is dropping. It would have been really, really amazing, I think, to if Concorde had stayed in service to see if any of this had been upgraded, because I think it is a fly-by-wire aeroplane, and Airbus effectively was created out of the remnants of this project and this program. So I think it'd be very interesting. That design philosophy would probably have crept right back into this, and I think it would have been a challenging task, but I certainly think it would have been possible at relatively great expense. But then all the fuel tank modifications were pretty expensive too. But it would have been a very interesting to see if this had been upgraded, what it would be like. Like I say, probably something very similar to an Airbus. I'm worrying about fuel over nothing. Anyway, let's keep adding the fuels up. So, destination we should be using, we need our alternate. So, 5 and 6A, we've got our final holding fuel for 45 minutes, which I might reduce down to 30. 9451. So, I think... Oh, hello. Where are we off to? Yep, 60,000 feet. Flight level 600, we started off at 52 and crept our way up. So, is that a right turn? Yes, it is, and that looks like a really steep turn, but it's probably only 5 degrees at this sort of speed. I'll just get that up. Look, you can see that turning point over there. That turn was just to do that tiny little kink. So we should have 319, yes, 16 minutes. So in 16 minutes, let me just load this up and show you guys on Chrome. There you go. In 16 minutes we'll have done 319 miles and we'll be going past the sandbanks on the left, and we'll have covered that distance along here, which is just phenomenal. So that's 15 minutes. That's about 15 minutes, that's 30 minutes. We'll probably be thinking about descending. I think just after this point, so you know, it's like 30 odd minutes. We will be down to 30 tons, so fuel wise we should probably be alright. Down to about flight level 360, so the decel point should be here somewhere. And then into Kennedy, which you can see is a really, really short distance. So it's probably less than an hour out now, which is just, we've just gone over that. It's phenomenal when you think about it. There is a VOR here, I think. Oh no, Sydney VOR, let's use that, 1149, and then I can see if we can ident it as well. So it's not picking it up at the moment. Due south of that, because of the Magvar, is going to be somewhere there. So along that line, what's that going to be? 180, 190 is going to be out there, 19. Should we try 195? See how we get on with that. Like I say, with a proper en route chart you can measure that and use a protractor, but without them, no joy. Maybe I will nick some, buy some. That's us, yeah. So I think you can see why I don't mind doing a 3-hour flight in this aeroplane. I think it'd be very boring in the 7.3, and we wouldn't even be in the Canaries by now. So of the lights turning off automatically. That scared me. I do like having them on though. How do I stop that from happening? But I want them on. Right. Dash. What's the nav? Oh, I just turned up there. Oh, these guys. Don't need a floodlight as well. Don't need those on during the day. Well, or do you? Maybe we do. Always worth having all the lights on. Now, how much does that hit the frames? Oh, there's a little bit of a penalty there, isn't there? Oh, I just turned up there. So dash instruments, center dash flood. Okay, we don't need the flood on. Chart light we don't need. Compass, dim, bright, stowage. Right, so that's fine. Oh, they're bright. Sort of need that, to be honest. Pretty difficult to see in the bright sunlight. The rest of the lighting panels are up here. No, we don't need the glare shield on. We need the center. Interestingly, these ones have stayed on. I like them on. Don't need those. Has that helped? Probably not. It's fiddly even just to get the lights on. I suppose you don't need them for the instruments, but you certainly need them for these in bright sunlight. Yeah, so how much longer to get there? I don't know. Maybe an hour, hour and a half. I should know, but as I said, I don't have a great operational flight plan. Our remaining distance, I can't remember when we were overhead that one, so we should be on our way to 60 degrees west next, which we are. 60 degrees west is 10 minutes away. We will have, when we are there, 700 miles left to do. So, probably about an hour and a bit. I do need to try and figure out where we're going to go subsonic. So I think 4044 north. And I think it's about 20 or 30 miles after that. What we can do for that. So we're in outhold. We can set, I think it's 360 for, so the lowest Mach decimal 95 cruise is 280. The highest when you're light is 360. And then we're back into normal airliner territory. It's 36,000 feet, even though we are going a little bit quicker than the others at decimal 95. We are just overtaking someone. There we go. So, shall we see if we can see them? Oh, even if we could. Come on, hang on. That looks like an aeroplane to me. Can't see that? It's an aeroplane that's going backwards. Or it's an aeroplane that looks stationary. That's quite cool. Shall we see if we can see it from the cockpit? So the FO's over here. There he is. That is cool. Well done, VATSIM. Maybe I'll message that guy and wave. So BA4 1 kilo. Let's send them a message. So that is Kevin Beckwith, who is, his home base is Heathrow. I think that means he actually lives near Heathrow on VATSIM. Isn't that cool? I think that's pretty cool. So it's sort of in the middle distance. It's good that it's silhouetted. And shooting past. I don't know what we show up as to other people, but that's really cool. Just to give you an idea of exactly how fast we're going. Oh, I can't see it now. Anyway, don't even think he's online. So he is off to MWCR, which is Georgetown. I don't know what island that is. Anyway, that's in the Caribbean. So still no ATC for New York, so it might be pretty quiet all the way in. That's cool. I'm glad we've seen somebody else online. That's sort of made my day. A nice landing would make my day as well. Now, does projectFLY give you a landing rate? I think it does, doesn't it? That could be a disaster. Anyway, has it got an estimated time? No, it hasn't. 790 miles to go, total. I'll have to have a play around with it and see what I can do. Just turn the lights off again. It's going to annoy me. Oh, have we ticked over 1 to 3? Let's have a look on the flight plan. 4610. So we went 1, 2, 3. I think that's not right. Never mind, is what it is. Still going the right way. So we should see sandbanks out to the left in a little bit. Surprised I managed to get this far. So where do we think we are? We think we're 45 north. West 57, yep, so happily on track. It's turning out to be waypoint 3. Maybe that's why there's the payware mod for this. So, I suppose what I can do is update times. No, I can't because we've got the subsonic pit, so yeah, less than perfect. Anyway, if it wasn't cloudy, we would see the sandbanks out to the left. Irritating, I want the lights on. I don't know if there's a way I can turn that off. Right, apparently somebody said, did they say just leave it for flight and then do landing later? Because it's very, very sudden, the fuel trip change. Obviously in reality it's takes a bit of time. Ah, settings, there we go. Right, so I can do that. VR controls, no. CVA, no. Pro features on, yes. Quick access, yes. I guess that hits the frames. Details, engineering. Ooh, resource saving. Let's see. Didn't make much of a difference, but I think I'll leave it off. Engineering panel, yeah, Right, let's turn these all back up. Irritating noises. So we wanted bright. So dash is fine. Where was these? I think we can turn them up over here as well. Spend more time mucking about with the lighting. Roof up. Oh no, glare shield off. Center panel up. There we go. Cool. Happy with all that. So we can get rid of the frame counter. 2 minutes away. On the left here. Where's the odd sandbanks? Maybe we're lost. There they are. There it is. Very, very distinctive, funny little sandbank thing. I'm gonna have to read up a bit more about that. Should just be below those live weather clouds. If we spot it from outside. You can see Concorde does not fly level. I think. Show about these little visual artifacts that we get. There it is. Little island out there. What is that called? Sable Island. So let me look up on my phone. It's an island in the Atlantic Ocean. Literally island of sand. Small Canadian island. 300 kilometres southeast of Halifax, Nova Scotia. It's about 175 kilometres away from the closest point of mainland Nova Scotia. 34 kilometres square. There are 5 people that live there. It rises when research projects and tourism increase. So it's a national park. It's interesting. Interesting and very distinctive. So on a clear day you'd be able to see that a lot better. Anyway, that means we're coming up on our turning point, which we are. That'll be 235. And a track of 249. So we were overhead at 12:22. And it's 12 minutes to our next point. So it's going to take us to 34. Let's see, we've got DME, so we are 200. Probably wasn't far off what I said about the turning point, was it? Then we crossed that across the radial. So any other nav aids that we can tune? Yarmouth might be the next one. So there is Halifax, 1151. So let's try Halifax, 139. And I suppose when we're a beam it will be about 180. So let's see if we can, so we're picking up the DME, let's see if we can listen to it. it's not HF. It's definitely nav1 and nav2. Maybe we can't ident them. Which would be a bit of a shame, so... Because the marker's there, and you would think that we would be able to get the marker. It's definitely not HF. That works in Xpilot, which again is quite cool, so you can transmit, but you can turn that off, which is cool. And very useful. But... BA lights up, I think that should be white, so I think that should be a pink cover. HF we could obviously tune. And the HF radios are down here. Is there anything one needs to do on... Well, you can't do anything on nav radios, can you? Ah, maybe it's because I'm not set to nav on this side. Has that done it again? Turned off my lights. Irritating. Let's do my own thing. Anyway, at least we can transmit on VATSIM. Philly's open, but nothing on New York. I had hoped that we'd get some coverage. Anyway, there's enough of me trying to figure out the radios. Oh, so there's our... Oh, actually, that might be the panel. So, VHF. Oh, no, maybe not. Just want to know how to ident the navs. But then I suppose, how would you do either of these? I don't think Xpilot cares about anything other than the transponder. Got a weather radar down there. I'm reliably informed as well on the HF. You can listen to sporting events and such. Tune into a long wave frequency, which certainly makes the cruise go a bit quicker, although we are already doing pretty well. Maybe I'll need to look at the manual to figure that out. Don't think there's anything that you'd need to switch. Anyway, that's the only way you can see where we are at the moment. No moving map for us. And then it'll be a very short leg, 260, 100 nautical miles. And then we will be in the, I think, New York FIR. Atlantic High. Oh no, maybe that's Boston. Yes, Boston, and then we cross into New York for a little bit and then back into Boston. And it's a case of figuring out how the hell are we going to get into New York. There's a VOR at JFK, so we can use that, and then we're going to have to try and figure out there's RNAVs into for the arrival, but of course we can't fly those, we need vectors really. So if there's no one online, it's going to be a bit of a pickle. If you have a look at the VATSIM map, you can see the guy that we went past, just left in the distance. Virgin 4 should be going the other way. Let's see if we can spot that one. So there's a black spot out there. Sort of bearing. 12 bearing on the... twice as far out. Well, I'm happy I've seen at least one other flight, which was quite cool. I don't even know if you get a contract at this sort of height in Concorde. So Virgin 4 is at 36,000 feet. There somewhere. You can see the ramps externally, which is quite cool. No, don't spot an aeroplane, but then again it might be too far for might be a little bit too far for it to render. Don't know how, I mean we were sort of like that distance, he's quite a way away, isn't he? Anyway, it was worth a shot. So 4246 is where we're off to. The DME starting to increase on the VOR. Yes, so let's have a look at Yarmouth. And actually 180 takes us out about here. Yarmouth. Maybe 170, and the frequency is 1133. There we go, so bearing of distance will give us a position fix that we could use. You can either have two bearings, two DMEs. Obviously, if two stations are in range, two DMEs will give you two crosscuts. You have to pick which one is most appropriate. So once we get to that waypoint, excuse me, in 3 minutes, we've then got 252 miles and then 120, and we are almost inbound to JFK pretty much. And once we get to the second turning point, that's when we're going to start after about 30 nautical miles after that. So a beam Nantucket is where we're going to look for a beam, but I don't. Oh, okay, so 262 plus 90. A beam Nantucket is what we're looking for. And then 36 miles after that, we are going to start decelerating. This is technically an arrival into Dulles, but I think it is an acceptable arrival. Certainly a shorter cut into JFK rather than taking us over the land further north, which is one way I've certainly done it. But you've got to decelerate a lot earlier, and we are starting to look a little bit twitchy for fuel. So it's a good thing we haven't got much longer before we have to start decelerating. So what did I say? I said so beam Nantucket 277 on the chart, 262. So 277 plus 90 is going to give us 007. That'll be the radio outbound from the Nantucket 1162. So we're not picking that up yet. And then we've got to think about deceleration from there. So coming up to this waypoint. 100, 252. How long was that going to take us? About 15 minutes. So we'll be using about 4 tons. It's getting close. So we've only got about another 15 minutes of supersonic. Big old turn to the left and net 4, only a couple of degrees. So it's 260 mag. However, that side's on. True as well. So I will match heading in case we need to go heading at some point. Now if I do heading hold, no, I'm not going to play around with it, just in case I can't get it back. Minutes. Yeah, it's probably less than 15 minutes, isn't it? See, is there anything left? Nope, still nothing online. So if you look on the VATSIM map, the guy that's ahead of us is following the routes off of whatever is online, and I'm just not convinced that you need to take such a wide berth on the way out. It is a Concorde route, but it's a long old way away, and the deceleration is slightly earlier as well, so I think to get it into the airway system, because then you've got to start matching speeds, etc. So what's going on at Kennedy? Is there anyone there? There's no ATC, 10 departures, 16 arrivals. Quite a few Concordes, somebody coming in from Zurich, that's odd. 3 hotel coming in from Heathrow. Oh no, Heathrow. 7, Heathrow. Some idiot using BAW5 instead of whatever, okay. So even call signs are a drama with this. Message retracted. What was that, Rick? Yeah, feel free to ask. There is no such thing as a stupid question. I'm just plumbing my way through. There's a lot of Concorde flights. But hey, why wouldn't there be? It's a challenging aeroplane to fly. Although I can imagine London to New York would get very boring relatively quickly. In reality, what a brilliant job. So you can see the VOR. The DME has come alive anyway. That's Nantucket, so we should be, when that lines up with that should be our turning point. If I've got it right. And then we want about 30 miles along from there. 30 miles along from there is probably only about a minute and a half, so a minute and a half after we go outbound. I'll start my stopwatch on my phone because that's the only chronograph I've got. So what are we expecting here? Are we expecting a turn? Slight left turn, 257. The anticipation. Maybe hardly any turn. Oh no, there it is. Slight left turn. Should be 152. 152 it is. 8 minutes. So 12:39. Estimating at 47. Maybe I could just scribble my own columns on for this. Figure the times out. Although of course it's quite difficult to figure out the transonic bit, because you're obviously not doing a steady speed then. Oh okay, Sonic picture. Yeah, we are definitely Sonic the Hedgehog. Happy days. So, just to show you guys where we are, no moving map here, no cheats. Because it's not like the X-Plane map is very good. That was our slight left turn because we were 260, 257. Tracking to this point, and this point here should be a beam Nantucket, which I've got tuned 116.2. The beam should be approximately 007 off of that track. So we should be turning when that cuts, and then we're looking for a minute and a half outbound, and then we are going to be slowing down. So we're looking at 7.5 minutes of supersonicness left. We are going to start slowing down at that point, and then bringing ourselves in. That's our waypoint. That might go wrong. So what I might have to do is get a radial off of JFK. Then how the hell we're going to get in from there? Because all the arrivals for JFK are vectors. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle trying to figure all of this out. The Concorde that's ahead. We're going to catch up on him pretty rapidly, because he is now only doing 462 knots over the ground at 27,000 feet. So the descent planning is going to be fun for this. Of course, normally 3-degree descent you would be looking at about 180 miles. Start the decel anyway. I'm picking up Philly ATIS, Philly ground, but nothing for JFK, which is a real shame. We've got transmit and receive on Unicom, which is good. So 5 minutes and 100 miles. It's incredibly quick. Gonna have to get the METAR as well. Seeing as there's no ATIS, so it's 11:51 Zulu. Oh dear, that's well and truly out of date. 330 at 12. 33 left. Is that quite a short runway? Have to start planning the arrival. Probably should have started planning the arrival a lot sooner anyway. So we're going to be sort of at Cameron. So I'm going to open that one up. There is no such thing as 3.3 left, it's 3.1 left, so the nav data for this is well and truly out of date. ILS 3.1, that's going to be interesting. What does the VOR say? Jamaica. Oh god, no, we're definitely not doing that, so we'll have to do the ILS. There is a Deer Park. Chent. Oh, okay, we could do Deer Park inbound. So 3-1 left is the longer of the two. What we might do is just touch down, log off of VATSIM, because taxiing is going to be a challenge. Oh, you guys can still see this, can't you? So I can get rid of these. If we load up the arrival Cameron, we're sort of coming to Cameron, and then actually Deer Park inbound and left is probably going to work out quite well. So let's assume it's going to be 3-1 left. See there, inbound Deer Park 117.7. And then a cross cut from the Kennedy VOR. And then inbound 2000 over Zax, 1800 at Meals. Radar fix, is there no DME? Yeah, of course there's DME. 5 DME, that's fine. 5 DME, 5.4 miles. Oh boy, this is going to be embarrassing. Anyway, we are almost at our turning point. Let's have a look on the sheet. Where's my mouse pointer? There you go. So a beam is our turning point, which is 40 miles. So the turning point should be about here. That's when this should come in, and we should start our turn and be heading off out that way. And then we'll think about getting Deer Park inbound. I'm going to pop the ILS. Oh no, we've got to do Deer Park, and we 117.7. Fuel wise, we are hoovering up the fuel, but we are going to go subsonic in a minute. So 10 statute miles, few clouds at 25,000, temperature of 13, dew point of 4, altimeter. We can't pre-select, but it says it's 2997. Transition altitude is obviously 18,000 in the States. I think 330 at 12. A temperature of 13, dew point of 4, all in Celsius. Very strange for the Americans. There you go, look. See, we're just absolutely chopping that distance. Like I say, this map is not particularly useful. Speedbird 1 didn't reply to my private message, so... Oh dear, New York approach. ATIS 128725. And I need to turn it on down here. There is our turning point. 47. Yep.
31 left. Departing runway 31 left. CPDLC operational. Bird activity vicinity airport. Numerous cranes operating at JFK Airport. Operate transponder on move Charlie on all taxiways and runways. Read Michael runway hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You'll have information Delta. Kennedy Airport 8 is information Delta 11510. West 340 at 12. Visibility 10. Few clouds at 25,000. Temperature 13. Dew point 4. Altimeter 2997. Approach and use ILS runway 31 right. ILS runway 31 left. Departing runway 31 left. CPDLC operational. Bird activity vicinity airport.
So, happy with that. 3-1 left is what we're going to hope for. And I think, sadly, now is the time
Auto throttle off.
to start slowing the airplane down. Now we've got to do this very, very gradually if you see me moving the throttles. See the aeroplane starting to decelerate there. And I think 3.6 will do us. Think about starting to get the aeroplane descending. Out of choir, got to remember to do that. So not sure what's going on with this tile of water. I don't know that that's just something weird with X-Plane. Anyway, this is us on our way, on our descent in. There we go, yeah, Hedgehog, that'll do. Sonic the Hedgehog. Right, so I've got the chat on. I can't really go to the toilet because I need to keep an eye on the jet. CG still looks okay. Question is, how's our descent planning looking? Certainly our fuel flow has reduced, but you see, not by a massive amount. Hello, Stefan. Like I say, I can't promise this is going to be any good. It's going to be a real struggle to figure out where we are, radio nav, etc. We are 5 minutes out away from our turning point. Oh god, we are far, far, far too fast. Do with some more track miles, I think. 260. So I'm going to listen to this guy. So 1177 for Deer Park, and then 11135, so let's tune that up. The runway course, 314. There's the airplane.
Speedbird Concorde 1, turn right heading 360, descend and maintain 3000.
360, descend and maintain 3000, Speedbird 1.
So we're still in vertical speed. Airplane is not capturing it particularly well. What we do need is a little bit more power to maintain decimal 95. So maybe we could do a little bit more when it comes to descent. And I think we are going to need to do a big old left turn. As you can see, we are over here.
Speedbird Concorde 1 Heavy, turn left heading 340, intercept the localizer.
Left 340 for the localizer, Speedbird 1.
There's Hampton, and there's him, and we're going to need to be out here somewhere. We can go for a dirty dive. my finest descent. That'll certainly get us coming down nice and quick. Certainly need to be going a bit quicker. Now, depending on where the INS takes us, it'll either take us direct to Cameron, or if it doesn't, we'll end up on heading. Starting to mess this descent up already, just keeping an eye on the Mach meter.
Approach Speedbird 1. The localizer just came alive now, so confirm that we're past it and we need to come left.
Negative. You're still got some ways to go until you get in the localizer. You're still west.
Alright, we'll just hang in there and wait for it. Speedbird 1. Good morning, New York approach, Qatar 8183. You are John F. Kennedy International Airport, crossing AIRBORNE clearance, Chicago O'Hare. We have information Delta on board.
Qatar 8183, heavy New York approach, good afternoon. Clear to Chicago O'Hare via the score 4 departure, Yankee transition, radar vectors code, then is filed. Climb via SID, expect flight level 3001 in minutes, squawk code 1003.
So Mach hold will do us there, even if it's not quite 9.5.
Clear to Chicago O'Hare via the score 4 departure, radar vectors code. Climb via SID, expect flight level 300, 10 descent to departure, squawk 1003, Qatari 8183 heavy.
Qatari 183 heavy, that is correct. 3 left for departure, you can call when there's taxi.
There's JFK, let's go low en route.
We'll call you when ready for taxi, Qatari
314, 314, happy, so that does match the chart, that was just worth checking.
Camden approach, Delta 3617, heavy with you, 30 miles west of Lendy for JFK.
Delta 3617, New York approach, good morning, squawk 1012.
1012, 3617.
Speedbird Concorde 1 heavy, you're about to intercept the localizer now, 7 miles from Maldi, 3000 till established, cleared ILS from a 31 right approach.
3000 till established, cleared ILS approach, 31 right, Speedbird 1.
Farewell trim to descent.
So descent has trimmed out, it's fine.
Delta 3617, ready to contact you 5 miles northwest of Lendy. Can expect vectors for the ILS runway 31 right approach. Can be altimeter is 2997 Delta current.
Information Delta and expecting the 31 right Delta 3617.
So we'll give him a call once we're on track. If not, we got problems. Just gonna have to try and get to Cameron. So let's see what the INS does. I am expecting a left turn.
New York approach, hello, United 2165 with you.
United 2165, New York approach, good morning, squawk 1004.
Squawk 1004, United 2165. New York approach, hello, the United 2077, descending 7000 to reach at crank.
So let's see, do we end up tracking towards seats?
United 2077, New York approach, good morning,
Yes.
squawk 1015.
Well, we
Squawking
don't know where we are.
United 2077.
Speedbird Concorde 1, wind 34012, runway 31 right, clear to land.
Speedbird 1, clear to land.
Approach, good morning, Speedbird Concorde 5, flight levels 360, tracking direct SATs.
Speedbird 5, heavy, New York approach, squawk 1006.
Squawk 1006, Speedbird 5, heavy, Concorde. Well, whatever, Concorde, got to get it in there just so he knows. So.
And United 2077.
United 2770 approach, radar contact, about 20 miles northeast of Crank. Expect vectors ILS from a forward approach of Newark. Altimeter is 29908.
Altimeter 29908, and is it possible to fly the river visual for runway 29?
I expect vectors for the bridge visual, runway 29.
Expect vectors for the bridge visual, runway 29, United 2077.
United 2165, radar contact 2 miles northeast of Crank. You'd like the bridge visual 29 as well?
So that's for Deer Park.
Yes please, that would be nice.
Roger, expect vectors for that.
Expect vectors for the bridge visual, runway 29, United 2165.
Delta 3617 heavy, depart Lendy, heading 180.
Departing Lendy 180, 3617 heavy.
Speedbird, Concorde 5 heavy, radar contact 4-5 miles southeast of Kennedy. Turn right heading 340, descend and maintain 4,000.
Radar contact, turn right heading 340 degrees, descend and maintain 4,000, and altimeter 29907, speedbird Concorde 5.
York, hello, Asiana 587, with information down to request line of clearance, Brussels, please.
So he wants us on a heading, so radios. Right, 340. Don't know where he's taking us.
Okay, Asiana 587, heavy New York approach, good morning. Cleared to Echo Bravo Bravo Romeo Airport via the Score 4 RNAV departure.
And 2997.
Radar vectors to Merritt, Mike Echo Romeo India Tango, then direct to Putnam, then as filed. Climb via SID, expect 330, 1 minutes after departure. Departures with me, Squawk 1007.
Okay, we are cleared to Brussels, Score 4 departure, Yankee transition, then direct, Merritt transition, and then to Putnam, and then as filed to Total 330, expect that 10 minutes after departure, departure with you, Squawk 1007 for Asiana 587.
Asiana 587, heavy readback is correct, 31 left for departure, Delta is current. You can call me when you're ready for taxi.
0 left for departure, call for taxi, Asiana 587.
Delta 3617, heavy descend and maintain 13,000, Kennedy altimeter 2997.
Down to 13,000.
Yeah, maybe we can do the Concorde in, sorry Stefan, I missed that. Maybe, yes, this is Concorde, and runway to Holland. Maybe we could do that.
2165, flight heading 20.
That'd be fun.
Turn right heading 220, United 2165.
No, I think he's giving us just straight in. He's going to vector us all the way.
Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy, turn right heading 050.
Right heading 050, Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy. So maybe he's just trying to give us delaying vectors, but certainly I was aiming to head down here, up into Deer Park and then in. But we are quite high, so once we get to 390, I think we will switch. Why is that? Not bugging.
Speedbird 1 Big 8, 319.
You'll see pitch on this is
Speedbird 1 heavy,
crazy.
heavy, welcome Kennedy. Make a, do you know what terminal you're going to?
A-Farm, sir, straight ahead for Terminal 7, please.
Roger, Uniform Alpha to the gate, have a go.
Uniform Alpha for the gate. Thanks for your help, Speedbird 1, so long.
so this is why I wanted all the lights on.
United 2165, turn left heading 190, descend and maintain 5,000.
Turn left heading 190 and descend and maintain 4,000, United 2165.
Okay, that's better, so I can actually see things.
Delta 3617, heavy, descend and maintain 8,000.
Down to 8,000, 3617 heavy.
Those looking pretty good. Overlays not so much, they should be on. Maybe I haven't got any. Never mind. So once we get to 390, we'll go speed hold, and then we want to bring it back to about 350 as well.
Speedbird Concorde 5 Heavy, turn right heading 190, be vector for descent.
Right heading 190, vectors descent, Speedbird Concorde 5, thanks. Keeping us away from the coast. So we pretty much want to keep the speed up.
United 2077, depart Sparta heading 190.
Departing Sparta heading 190, United 2077.
Set that for the approach. So fuel-wise, we're actually doing all right. I was getting a bit twitchy about the fuel.
3617 heavy, descend maintain 4000.
Down 4000, 3617 heavy.
So sadly there's no level change function, which would be ideal. You can see we're starting to creep up to the MO. Then as we descend, the Mach will start to drop off as we maintain a constant airspeed.
Intentional Newark landing aircraft, the altimeter is now 299er at Newark, wind 34012. Intentional Kennedy aircraft, altimeter is same, 2999, wind 33012.
So we have been given the descent, we've got out to acquire, we've got speed. We are going to have to lose that at some point, and we can start coming down pretty quick.
Field 3617, turn left heading 110.
Left 110, 3617 heavy.
There's a recall I feel I need to check.
United 2165, descend maintain 3000.
Descend maintain 3000, United 2165.
United 2077, descend
Can't do
maintain
is bring the engines all the way back, see what happens to the speed.
6000, United 2077.
Sort of a manual level change.
Speedbird Concorde 5 Heavy, turn right heading 270.
Right heading 270 to Speedbird Concorde 5. So we're doing max descent. We could get the reversers out.
Delta 3617, turn left heading 070.
070, 3617.
So we'll put speed acquired just as a low speed protection there with the throttles at idle. Still come down a little bit quicker. It's really difficult to get a mental picture of where you are. See these delaying vectors. Should definitely have
2165, turn left heading 150.
got the height off earlier as we were descending.
Turn left heading 150 and expect vectors to minus 2165.
Still at idle though, we're burning 5 and a bit, 5.2 tons. So just keep an eye on speed, make sure you don't go past VMO.
Fuel trim. Should I change it?
3617, descend maintain 3000.
So
Down to 3000, 3617.
let's trip for landing.
Farewell trim 2,
2077, descend
landing.
maintain 4000.
Descend maintain 4000, United 2077.
Start
Delta
seeing
3617, turn heavy, turn left heading 040.
040, 3617 heavy.
start seeing the rate descent drop off. Really got to keep focused on it.
Sorry, 8183, ready for taxi, runway 31 left.
Atari 8183 heavy, runway 31 left, taxi via Charlie Uniform Alpha Juliet, across runway 22 right.
Charlie Uniform Alpha, 22 left, cross 22 right, Atari 8183.
So we'll just start getting the speed off.
United 2165, turn left heading 100.
Turn left heading 100, United 2165.
So we'll try and get the speed off to meet the restriction.
United 2165, when able, proceed direct to Gritty.
Direct to Gritty, United 2165.
So I'm not sure makes much difference having those on. I thought they were meant to be in the wing roots, but I don't think they're modelled on here.
United 2165, 7 miles from Gritty, cross Gritty at above 2,800, or at above 3,000, cleared for the bridge visual runway 29 approach.
Cross Gritty at 2,100 or higher, and visual bridge approach from the United 2165.
Delta 3617, turn left heading 340 and set the localizer.
340 to the localizer, 3617.
So we'll try and maintain 250, ideally at idle.
Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy, turn right heading 310.
Right heading 310, speedbird Concorde 5 heavy. So speed hold.
United 277, turn left heading 160, descend and maintain 3000.
That's 160, descend maintain 3000.
Still burning that fuel though.
Delta 3617 heavy, 5 miles from Aldi, flight present heading 3000 till established, cleared ILS 31 right approach.
Yeah, 3000 till established, cleared ILS 31 right, Delta
Let's go
3617.
1,000 feet a minute. It's going to be pretty inefficient. So I think we can go straight 11135.
May you please repeat your taxi instructions, please?
Sorry guys.
Qatar 8183, you can taxi via Charlie, Echo, cross runway 31 right, and I'll give you instructions further from there.
Charlie Echo cross 31 right, Atari 8183.
So we can get 1159 for the Kennedy VOR. 190 outbound for the mist.
Okay, 2165, wind 34012, runway 29, clear to land.
United 2165.
Delta 3617 heavy, wind 33012, runway 319, clear to land.
And we're not picking it up. 159.
Asiana 587, request taxi.
Asiana 587 heavy, so make sure you squawk in the code runway 31 left, taxi via Charlie Echo Foxtrot, hold short, runway 22 right.
Alright, that's okay. And 31 left, Charlie Echo Foxtrot, hold short, 22 right, American, sorry, Eastern
So we should be picking up Kennedy VOR at least. But we are not.
United 2077, turn off heading 120, 1 able direct to Gritty.
And this is going to be horrifically inefficient. So we could have done with moderating our descent, as we are hoovering up fuel. Some hours worth of fuel like this. Which is not a huge amount. It's only going to go up as well.
Beaver Concorde 5 Heavy, turn right heading 0, correction 360.
Right heading 360, Speedboat Concorde 5 Heavy. So we need a nice intercept.
United 2776 miles from Grady, cross Grady at above 2,800, cleared on for the express, for the bridge visual runway 29.
Status 20 tons.
So we'd probably be better off at about 290. Might try that. Just get the nose down a little bit, reduce the drag. Now, what were we picking up there? Were we picking up the localizer? We've just picked up DME of the Kennedy VOR.
Qatar 8183 Heavy, expect to follow, I'm sorry, Asiana 587, hold short runway 31 right at Echo, landing traffic.
Okay, hold short runway 31 right at Echo, Asiana 587.
Qatar 8183 Heavy, you'll be following the Asiana, we'll be holding short 31 right at Echo.
We're following the Asiana at Qatar 8183, holding short runway 31 right.
They're getting twitchy about the fuel again. Who'd have thought 20 tons would make you twitchy?
2077, wind 34012, runway 29, quarter left.
Clear land, runway 29, United 2077.
So there's our approach bugs.
Speedboat Concorde 5 Heavy, descend and maintain 3000.
So to maintain 3000, Speedboat Concorde 5 Heavy. Cool, out acquired. That's good.
New York approach, good morning, United 1995. Descending through 13,000 over Miley on the Milton 4.
United 1995, the approach, good morning, squawk 1010.
1010, United 1995.
I'm just going to get the chart for 31 right just in case.
Okay, 1995,
I would prefer left.
71 miles north, west of Newark. You can expect vectors for the expressway visual 31 approach. We'll guard the altitude at 29908.
Expressway visual 31 approach, United 1995.
20 miles, 250. It's not looking too bad.
Asiana 587 Heavy, across runway 31 right at Echo, and then Foxtrot, hold short runway 228.
There we go, looks like we're picking up the localizer there.
Right at Echo, Foxtrot,
No DME yet.
Qatar 8183 Heavy, follow the Asiana 747, cross runway 31 right, hold short, 22 right at Echo. Foxtrot.
Follow the Asiana and we'll cross to the right, 31 right.
So 3617 Heavy, welcome to Kennedy, straight ahead on Bravo to the gate.
Hold to the gate, 3617.
See the pitch angle here. Pretty high. So still no localizer DME, but we've got 17 miles off the Kennedy.
Asiana 587 Heavy, cross runway 22 right at Foxtrot, and then make that right turn on Zulu to go on 31 left.
Foxtrot and around Zulu for 131 AIRBORNE 5 is it?
So start bringing the speed back. It should have come off quite rapidly.
2077, traffic to 737, who's on a mile final circling to 29.
Traffic by 2077.
Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy, turn left heading 340, intercept the localizer.
Left heading 340, intercept the localizer 31 left, speedbird Concorde 5 heavy.
Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy, 8 miles from Zulu, flight heading 340, descend and maintain 2000 until established cleared ILS runway 319 approach.
Descend and maintain 2000, maintain 340 until established 31 right, speedbird Concorde 5 heavy. So now I've got to switch that to 1115. There we are, I've got the DME off that. 314, it's still fine.
Good morning, New York departure, Southwest 596 with you at Long Island, looking for IFR to Baltimore's file.
Qatar 8183 heavy cross runway 22 right to Foxtrot and follow the Asiana Zulu.
No, on extend.
22 right on Foxtrot, follow the Asiana.
Those guys
Qatar
go on.
8183.
Whatever, forget the lights.
Southwest 596, New York approach, good morning.
So the localizer alive. So we 190 on the approach.
United 2165, welcome to Newark. You can continue via Yankee
The mist is
and
4.
Uniform Alpha to the gate.
We'll continue on Yankee, uniform Alpha, 921.
So we might end up going Vorlock.
Southwest 596 cleared to Baltimore via the Long Island 7 departure. Radar vectors beads in as filed. Maintain 3000, expect 360 10 minutes, squawk 1011.
So cleared it on the localizer, maintain 2000. Whoa, we didn't out of quiet, so out of hold. So there's one thing to remember.
Roger that, we're cleared to Baltimore via the Long Island SID vectors to beats that is filed. We missed the initial altitude, but we'll expect 360 10 minutes after, squawking 1011 Southwest 596.
Southwest 596 initial altitude will be 3000.
Copy that, 3000 initial altitude Southwest 596.
So there's the glide.
Southwest 596 feedback is correct. Altimeter's 29906.
So,
and
Vorlock.
the winds are 35013, gust 19. So you can either take
Vertical
runway
speed.
6 if it's along the runway or 33 left.
Speed acquire.
We're going to go ahead and shoot for 33 left for Southwest.
And that's a
596.
5 mile final, so gear down.
6 Roger, let me know when you're ready for taxi.
Roger, Woody.
I think we're going to be a little bit unstable.
33012, runway 31 right, clear land.
You are right, clear lead, speed by Concorde 5 heavy, thanks. So this is already turning into a bit of a mess.
4 wind 33012, runway 31 left,
You
full
can
length,
see
takeoff.
that
Let's go full for my
the localizer tracking is interesting to say the least. We're a little bit high. 31 right is pretty short.
Auto throttle off.
Newark approach for turning heavy with you at Newark, ready to pick up airport clearance to Charlotte.
We're a little bit low there. You can see how everything can get ahead of you because I certainly can't see any pappies.
Autopilot off.
Whoa, there's the airplane. Speed getting away. We're probably going to get missed on this. Ruined it. Absolutely ruined it.
500 feet.
Yeah, we're not going to touch down off that.
400 feet. 300.
FedEx 420 clear to Charlotte via the Newark 4 departure, radar vectors.
So we're just a little bit too quick off there.
Maintain 3000, expect flight level 320, 1 minutes after departure.
Gear coming
Departure
up.
frequencies with me, squawk 1013.
Alright, FedEx 420 cleared to Charlotte, baby. Newark
So D2010 minutes after departure, speed squawk 1013.
FXO 20 read back correct. 4 left for departure, calm, ready for taxi.
I have a call for taxi to report me for right there, Square 20.
Whoa, where are we going?
Qatar 8183 heavy, runway 31 line of 8.
Oh, autopilot's not on, that'll be why. Oh boy, what a mess. Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy, missed.
Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy, roger, turn left heading 220, climb, maintain 3000.
Left 220, climb and maintain 3000, Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy. Lots to do for a missed on this. I don't have any of the keys mapped, which is proving spectacularly difficult. That was tragic.
Yeah, 1995,
Seriously,
maintain 8000.
8,000, United 1995.
Speedbird Concorde 5, you can climb up to 5000.
Climb 5000, Speedbird Concorde 5. There we go, that'll do us. Oh, that was tragic. Need to get hand flying quicker. Whoa, we don't need to pitch up that high.
United 2077 vacated, Southwest Sonata.
United 27 still welcome Newark. Continue by Yankee Uniform Alpha to the gate. Good day.
Yankee Uniform Alpha to the gate, United 27.
Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy, turn left heading 140.
Left heading 140, Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy.
Asiana 587 heavy, radar contact Seattle 2 leave.
So you can see, you've really got to remember to out quiet every single time.
Asiana 587 heavy, roger, maintain 3000 for now. Have traffic 12 o'clock, 3 miles, Concorde at 5000.
Okay, we'll maintain 3,000 pound combi, which I think is safe.
Oh, what a shame. We really need to get back in and down. Prefer 3-1 left.
Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy, expect vectors for the visual 3-1 right.
Expect vectors visual 3-1 right, Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy. That's going to be difficult.
Concorde 5 heavy, descend maintain 3000.
Descend and maintain 3000, Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy.
Gianna 587 heavy, climb maintain 17,000.
Climb maintain 17,000, there's Jan 1000.
So something tells me we can start bringing the speed back. It's just a real handful to fly.
Gianna 587 heavy, turn left heading 070.
Turn left heading 070, there's Gianna 587.
Qatar 8183, fly the score 4, wind 33012, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
Let's go to
Score
20.
4, 31 left, clear for takeoff. Qatar 8183.
New York, hello again, sir. Speedbird Concorde 1 with you, Terminal 7 at Kennedy. Information echoes on board. Clearance to Seattle, please.
It's a day of flying Concorde.
Speedbird Concorde 1 heavy, clear to Seattle. The Kennedy 5 departure, Canarsie climb, radar vectors to Grecki, then as filed. Maintain 5,000, sorry, climb via the SID. Expect flight level 290 until further advised. Departure frequency with me squawk 1001.
Okay, clear to correction, clear to
There's
Seattle.
our minimum
The
fuel.
Kennedy 5 departure, the Canarsie climb, and then radar, asphalt for Grecki. We'll climb with the SID. We can expect 290, 10 minutes after departure with you, the squawk 1001 for Speedbird 1.
31 Concorde heavy 1, reback is correct, 31 left for departure.
Roger, we'll call you ready to go 31 left, Speedbird 1.
Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy, turn left heading 090.
Left heading 090, Speedbird Concorde 5 heavy.
1995, descend maintain 7,000.
7,000, United 1995.
Qatar 8183, traffic 1,400.
Qatar 8183 heavy, departure radar contact, climb maintain 7,000.
7,000, Qatar 8183.
Asiana 587 heavy, proceed directed merit.
Street Direct Merit, Navy on the 587 heavy.
Speedbird Concord.
Near to approach heads for Tony Air for taxi.
Blocked.
Speedbird Concord 5 heavy, turn left heading 050.
Left heading 050, Speedbird Concord 5 heavy.
Near to approach heads for Tony Air for taxi.
FX 420, runway 4 left, taxi by Charlie Delta.
So you can see the localizer twitching around all over there. So we might as well try it on heading.
Charlie Delta, the 401, FX 420.
Qatar 8183 heavy, turn left heading 090.
Left heading 090, Qatar 8183.
Speedbird Concord 5, turn left heading 340, intercept the 31 right localizer.
Left heading 340, intercept localizer 31 right, Speedbird Concord 5 heavy. So it's going to speed stable a little earlier. Plenty of drag.
Qatar 8183, turn left heading 060.
Left heading 060, Qatar 8183.
1995, it's maintain 4000.
4000, United 1995.
Speedbird Concord 5 heavy, airport 11 o'clock, 9 miles, port site.
Visual.
Speedbird Concord 5 heavy, clear visual approach, runway 31 right, wind 33012, runway 31 right, clear to land.
Clear land 31 right, clear visual approach, Speedbird Concord 1 heavy. 5, whatever. So let's take it down to 1,000.
Qatar 8183 heavy, climb and maintain 17,000.
Up to 17,000, Qatar 8183.
There we go, so I can see the runway now. So we can just maintain that, try and keep the workload down, get the airplane stable. Not sure where the throttles should be. See them going all over the place.
Qatar 8183, proceed direct to code.
Direct code, Qatar 8183.
That's a bit better.
Near departure, Morris Endeavour 5571, we've got information echo, looking for clearance to Baltimore.
Endeavour 5571 cleared, new approach cleared to Baltimore via the score 4 departure, range of transition, redirectives to Robbinsville, minutes filed, climb via SID, expect flight level 220, 12 minutes, squawk 1016.
Should have got the gear down a bit earlier.
Endeavour 5571 cleared to Baltimore, score 4 departure, range of transition, redirectives to Robbinsville, minutes filed, climb via SID. Expect flight level 220, 10 minutes after. Squawk 1016, 1016.
Auto throttle off.
Endeavour 5571, read back correct. 31 left for departure, you can call it ready for taxi.
Autopilot off.
So let's try and get this airplane on the ground.
132, West IFR to on Disney Trip.
Speedbird 172 near approach.
Okay, you see it.
See a flight plan filed for you.
It's very responsive.
Roger, let me check.
1995, this is maintain 3000.
No pappies, doesn't help.
3000, United 1995.
500 feet.
Check again after Speedbird 126.
400.
Speedbird 172 still looking, I don't see it.
300 feet.
Alright, let's submit it. Let me check.
200.
I see the problem here. You have a departure. You flip the departure.
100.
Showing a 1 in Heathrow departure.
Retard. 30. 40. 20.
Asiana 587 Heavy, leave my
10.
airspace to northeast Boston Center. I'll fly.
Reverse deploy.
Changing the cockpit today.
Contact.
Appreciate you to come through, Asiana 587 Heavy today. Approach, good evening to the TACA 571, information echo, request live for clearance to Sunblur.
Type 571, new approach number 2 for clearance, stand by.
Standby, TACA 571.
United 1995, proceed direct to dials.
Direct dials, United 1995.
Guitar 8183, having leave from airspace, monitoring Unicom, have a good day.
Over to Unicom, have a great day, Qatar 8183.
FedEx 420, fly the Newark 4 wind, 34012, runway 4 left, clear for takeoff.
Concorde 5 Heavy vacated.
3 Concorde 5 Heavy, taxi by left on Alpha to the gate.
Alpha to the gate, thanks very much for the service. Speedboat Concorde 5 Heavy, bye bye.
Right, United 1995.
So let's try and figure out where Alpha is.
Tanks are in sight, United 1995.
Roger, United 1985, cross the tanks at above 2,800, cleared for the expressway visual, runway 31.
3 runway, 10,000 feet runway.
Clear for the expressway visual, 31, United 1995.
So I think
5571, ready for taxi.
Alpha should be this one up here. Yep, Alpha's that one.
5571, runway 31 left, taxi via Bravo, West Bravo, Juliet, cross runway 22 right at Juliet.
Roger, Bravo and Juliet, cross 22 right at Juliet to 31 left, there 5571.
There 5571, do you want to take 31 left to Kilo Echo, if that's easier?
Yeah, we can go short.
Roger, taxi by just Alpha Kilo Echo then.
And we get
Roger, 31 left at
out
Kilo
off.
Echo for Endeavour 5571.
I have no idea what gate used to be used, what gate we should use.
Fever 172, affirmative. You're cleared to London Heathrow via the score 4 departure, Yankee transition, radar directives to Meriton is filed. Maintain 5,000, and, I'm sorry, climb via the SID and squawk 1017.
So clear to Heathrow via the score 4 Yankee transition, climb via SID.
You know what, something over here would probably do.
Fever 172, heavy, what's your final cruise altitude?
Level 370.
Maybe this one, something like that.
Departure readback is correct, and calm, ready for taxi.
370, 1 minute dash departure, and I'm already taxi for
7596, runway 32 left, taxi by Sierra Bravo 4. Dead 1995, wind 3209, runway 31, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 31, United 1995.
So here we are.
71, ready to go through
Oh, gate 8 will do us. Don't know what they used in reality.
There 5571, wind 33012, flight score 4, clear for takeoff.
Flight score 4, clear for takeoff, 3 on the left, never 5571.
Will we even fit? Oh, hello. Might poke it in the window. Okay, maybe we did. Oops. Bump the nose.
Boeing 118, Juliet.
Sure, I'll do that in a minute once I've logged off.
1020.
Let's just get the airplane shut down. We are on stand. Made it. Spectacularly. Don't know how. Parking brakes on. And we should have been trimmed for ground.
Wind 35013, gust 19, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
There's the engine shakedown. I don't know if the replay will work. Sorry.
FedEx 420, heavy contact departure 119.2.
Speedboat Concorde 5 Heavy, shakedown. Thanks for the service. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
As the engine's winding their way down. Here we are. First trip.
Clear to, like, here, we got
Oh, that was
401 submits after
emotional.
departure, squawk 1021.
Alright, clear to little Salvador International.
So let's see if these guys are real first.
Departure. Said departure frequency is going to be 128125. Expecting flight level 3.
Yeah, they are. So
10 minutes after departure, we respond.
that should be a Concorde, but it's an A380. Maybe I need to get some Concorde files on. Just going to disconnect because anyway that was him doing it. Yeah, thanks Rick. It was not perfect, was not terrible. It's great. It's an impressive aeroplane. We'll have a look at a replay in a minute. But I think you go to show there just how easy it is to let the speed get away with you. It's so powerful, and such a small difference in throttle position equals a very big difference in speed. And if it's unstable on the approach, you ain't ever getting it back. So not bad for landing number 3. Let's see what it looks like from the outside, because it is a very different aeroplane to land. So let's have a look and see if I can get the replay to work. Flight replay, there we go. So, hey, that's looking pretty good. Oh, of course there's going to be no sound. Sorry guys, because I've shut everything down. It's a bit like Zebo with the data refs. Like the nose stays in the same place. I tell you what, let's, how do I stop the replay? Oh, now the scenery disappears. Oh, disaster.
Contact.
Right, let's just get the nose down so it at least looks correct. And get all the lights on. So it looks like a right old beast. Those can go on. Sorry guys, I don't know why, but the scenery in replay disappears. So, let's have a look at the aeroplane outside. It's more like it, isn't it? Let's try that. I'm not very good with the old replays. Oh, sorry there is no sound, but that's a pretty good shot. Next time I'll remember not to shut down. How about that? All these little quirks to try and get stuff to work, but I'm not sure the runway view will work, but let's see if we can get onto the approach. You can see the angle of attack for the landing is just phenomenal. Right, what's that looking like? Well, there's the airport. It might not look as good. There you go, that's just lining it up. And hey, at least I was flying it by hand. It's so responsive as well, such fine control movements needed. How's that for a view? And look, the ortho's pretty good as well, thanks to Fork Boy for the ortho, and obviously like the overlays that go with it, which are there normally. It's only because it's replay that only some of the objects have shown up. Oh, gear is down. So why don't we just try one from sort of like this chase view. See how that comes out. The overlays are pretty good. I mean, buildings in the right place. Alright, there's the occasional tree in the wrong place, but nothing's perfect. It's either wind or just my poor flying ability with the crab that much. I think we were certainly getting a little bit low. See how high you are. Hey, that's down in the touchdown zone, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Third landing. Not bad. Good landing comes from a good approach. Bit sketchy on the rollout. But I mean, considering this is a 10,000 foot runway, I wasn't standing on the brakes, but it does need a bit of stopping distance. Anyway, let's see if we can get a slightly better view. Wrong runway. How can I change the runway? How's that? What a nice aeroplane. Shame about my camera work. See if I can get a better shot than that. Wrong runway still. Ah, right, this is the one we want, isn't it? So let's get the airplane back. Now that'll still hold the spot, won't it? Can we go up a bit as well? Next time we'll get some sound as well. The sounds, I'm not convinced they're not thoroughly perfect, but it's alright, isn't it? It'll squeak. And then that nose has got to come a long old way down. You've really got to bring the nose down. And try and stay straight as well. What about from here? Empire State in the background. Bits of New York, and the sceneries will come back, which is cool. I'll take that. Not bad, not bad at all. Well, with that, guys, thanks very much for watching. I hope it was something different and something enjoyable. Here is our jet sat at the gate, looking like a graceful swan. Graceful in flight, maybe not so much when they come into land. Thank you very much for watching. Guys, if you did stick out for the whole thing, the cruise is pretty boring. But you know what? If you do want to have a go at Concorde, I would advise getting it. I think it was pretty good value in the sale. Not the cheapest, and by no means perfect, but it's still a really good aeroplane, and well worth having in your X-plane hangar, I think. I think it can only get better with the work that Florian has done, and I'm sure it will come along leaps and bounds. There's a few gotchas, as we found out, but really it's the only way to cross the pond. I don't think I'd be wanting to do it for 7 or 8 hours in anything else. So yeah, I'm pretty happy. I think we're going to do a few more trips in this aeroplane, and maybe explore a few more destinations with sort of cruises that are around maybe 2 hours mark, to keep it nice and short. I hope my skills at flying it will get a lot better, but you know what, for the third landing that I've had, I'm going to say that was a pretty good one. No idea what the landing rate was, but it looked pretty good to me. And as always, thanks for watching. I think had quite a few likes, so thanks very much for that. Definitely one new subscriber, so thanks very much to Coco for joining. Might fly Zebo later on tonight. We'll definitely fly Concorde again, and whenever I go flying, I hope you guys could join me. So thanks very much. Oh yeah, all the dials. Yeah, I tell you what, you could see me getting maxed out. I could barely talk. So it's really good for some raw data stuff, and I'm going to look forward to getting back in something a bit more modern with a few more aids. But I think it's going to be a really good trip. So next time we take it. So I don't know where we'll go. Maybe we'll go back to London. Maybe we could do that tomorrow, or maybe we'll just go somewhere else. But anyway, for the first inaugural stream and the first inaugural flight, thanks for joining. I hope to see you guys again soon, and I really do look forward to it. Stay safe, and like I say, I'll see you soon. From now though, take care, and bye-bye for now.